Afternoon. Just waiting here for it to kick in. I was torn about streaming being the date, but I think that's the best way to honor the 23 is to not let up at this point. I'm sure all of you have taken your time to send the families your love and support, because that's what they need. Sorry. So, when Easter is a tough time for them too, extra tough. But I think it's important not to let up. I mean, absolutely zero disrespect to the families. I don't take a day off, though I certainly pray a lot. There's been another dump this morning. I think, I'm not sure what we're up to now. I believe some of it, some things may have disappeared. Happy Easter to everybody. You guys. Yeah, so we were missing one document, looks like, at least this morning from earlier. Apparently the MCC doesn't take the day off either. So, but that's what we're dealing with, right? So let's say good morning to everybody, or good afternoon. My apologies. Uncle Blazer, Strawberry, here for the 23. Awesome. Anne Marie, Julia Rock, Trish Lunn. Afternoon, sending hugs. Gotta be here for each other too, right? C. Wood, good morning. I guess you're out my way anyway, or maybe you're just wishing me good morning. You're doing lots. Just being here and sharing the message with others. That's lots. Green Bastard, how you doing? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. They want all to go away. They want everybody to go away. Patriot. Afternoon, morning, Pugwash. Was going to take a drive to Portapique, but I don't feel it's appropriate and respect people's privacy. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Brenda, lots of prayers going out for the 23. We got Todd in here. Okay. So I was reviewing some stuff and I thought maybe I could run through with you and see if you see what I see. Okay. So in, let's go to that. So I've been looking at Onslow. I wonder if we should listen to what Mr. Burrell presented in terms of Onslow. Yeah, why don't we do that?
Richard Ellison, of course, was the father of Corey Ellison, the father of Clinton Ellison, who spent the night in the woods in Portapique. Corey Ellison, of course, who died that night. At 10:07, David Westlake and Constable Gagnon, at various times and locations, interacted with Mr. Ellison in the parking lot, and David Westlake made a noticeable observation with respect to an RCMP vehicle that drove by. At 10:07:53, dispatch occurs regarding the Plains Road shooting. So that's the dynamic, the setting with respect to what's going on in terms of activity beyond the comfort station. Mass Casualty Commission has had an opportunity to review a number of videos with respect to the activity at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. And I propose to show a number of these videos to you in order for you to get a sense of what actually occurred at that location, as is described in writing in the foundational documents. Two things are important for you in terms of the series of videos that you're going to see next. The first is that there is a timestamp at the top. And as luck or fate would have it, a lot of the activity in the videos takes place in the top left corner. So the timestamp sometimes may obscure what you're seeing. We're of the view that it doesn't obscure it entirely, but you have to notice what you're seeing with that timestamp there. It's annoying, but it doesn't cause you a problem not to understand what's happening. The second thing about the timestamps is that they're 10 minutes fast. So every time you see something that says 10:12, that's 10:02. 10:20, that's 10:10. So those are the two things of importance here. What I propose to do is play for you the initial happenings of significance at the comfort station at 10:12:48 to 10:14, a duration of about 1 minute and 12 seconds, which is actually 10:02:48, 10:04. We will see a vehicle pull into the comfort station from the west. This is Richard Ellison. We will then see the EMO coordinator, David Westlake, initially engage with Richard Ellison. David Westlake is dressed in an orange-yellow high visibility safety vest. That, of course, is of some significance to what takes place later in the narrative. After Mr. Westlake contacts and communicates with Mr. Ellison,
That's interesting. Not sure why now there's no audio. Back up there. I didn't quite catch what he said in terms of the color of the vest. Did you guys?
So while it is not tremendously exciting or action-packed at this stage, it does give you the sense of the three actors that are engaging at this point. Westlake, Gagnon, and Ellison in the parking lot. At the conclusion of the video clip at 10:04, Mr. Ellison is in his car. Constable Gagnon has gone back to his police vehicle and is on the driver's side of the vehicle. David Westlake is still present in the parking lot. Now, approximately a minute later.
Sorry, can you help me with the color? I have technical skills. Good morning, afternoon, Glow Watcher. Afternoon. Afternoon, Citizen and NS44. Glad you could join us. Did somebody say, could somebody tell me the color, please? It may become relevant. They love this vest thing. I can try and back it up again, but I'm never good at technical stuff. Maybe God will bless me with that at some point. Oh, no, the audio is gone again? Oh, fuck, man. Why is there no audio? Said an orange vest? I wonder if it was technical skills that I was having that day, funnily enough. Is that possible? Absolutely. 27 minutes. Let's back up.
Noticeable observation with respect to an RCMP vehicle that drove by. At 10:07:53, dispatch occurs regarding the Plains Road shooting. So that's the dynamic, the setting with respect to what's going on in terms of activity beyond the comfort station. Mass Casualty Commission has had an opportunity to review a number of videos with respect to the activity at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall. And I propose to show a number of these videos to you in order to get a sense of what actually occurred at that location, as is described in writing in the foundational documents. Two things are important for you in terms of the series of videos that you're going to see next. The first is that there is a timestamp at the top. And as luck or fate would have it, a lot of the activity in the video takes place in the top left corner. So the timestamp sometimes may obscure what you're seeing. We're of the view that it doesn't obscure it entirely, but you have to notice what you're seeing with that timestamp there. It's annoying, but it doesn't cause you a problem not to understand what's happening. The second thing about the timestamps is that they're 10 minutes fast. So every time you see something that says 10:12, that's 10:02. 10:20, that's 10:10. So those are the two things of importance here. What I propose to do is play for you the initial happenings of significance at the comfort station at 10:12:48 to 10:14, a duration of about 1 minute and 12 seconds, which is actually 10:02:48 to 10:04. We will see a vehicle pull into the comfort station from the west. This is Richard Ellison. We will then see the EMO coordinator, David Westlake, initially engage with Richard Ellison. David Westlake is dressed in an orange-yellow high visibility safety vest. That, of course, is of some significance to what takes place later in the
Okay, orange, yellow, moving along. 10 minutes fast, orange, yellow.
narrative. After Mr. Westlake contacts and communicates with Mr. Ellison, Constable Gagnon emerges from his police vehicle, as you will see, parked in the top left corner, and then he too engages in some discussion with Mr. Ellison. We will then see Constable Gagnon return to his vehicle. Constable Gagnon is identifiable, of course, because he's wearing a full RCMP uniform, yellow striped pants, that which you expect to see from an RCMP officer fully engaged in his responsibility. So that summary that I'm giving to you, wish to play now, it's about a minute, a little over a minute.
Ah, okay, this is why there was no audio. I get confused sometimes by the simplest things. The comments are always good. They watch.
While it's not tremendously exciting or action-packed at this stage, it does give you the sense of the three actors that are engaging at this point. Westlake, Gagnon, and Ellison in the parking lot. At the conclusion of the video clip at 10:04, Mr. Ellison is in his car. Constable Gagnon has gone back to his police vehicle and is on the driver's side of the vehicle. David Westlake is still present in the parking lot. Now, approximately a minute later, at 10:04:59, Constable Gagnon returns to the Ellison vehicle to speak with Mr. Ellison. Presumably, their discussion is over evacuation concerns, placement, things of that nature, what Mr. Ellison's plans are. David Westlake is standing by during this conversation. Gagnon engages with Mr. Ellison. Mr. Westlake is less engaged, and that may be entirely due to COVID protocols at the earliest stage. He seems to be routinely 6 feet, if not more, back. This is a clip of 21 seconds moving the narrative along. At 10:07 to 10:07:33, the next 33-second clip, you will see and notice at the top of your screen, Constable Gagnon is still at the Ellison vehicle, still engaged in conversation with him. David Westlake is standing nearby and then walks away. So you'll notice the movement of Mr. Westlake. You'll notice that Constable Gagnon is engaged with Mr. Ellison. But something else has happened significantly in that clip. At 10:17:05, what appears to be a fully marked police vehicle emerges from the right-hand side, traveling from the west to the east of the screen, and slides through the screen to the east, to the left side of the screen. David Westlake at 10:17:20 returns to a vehicle in the parking lot, but it would appear at that stage that there is no response or activity to the vehicle that has just driven by on Highway 2. So I'll show that to you again. On April 20th, 2020, David Westlake was interviewed by RCMP investigators, and he indicated that he noticed what appeared to be a fully marked RCMP police vehicle drive by as he was in the position described or seen in the video. He said that it had RCMP markings, and he noticed that it had a push bar. He said there was such a large presence that he didn't think anything or didn't think much about it at that time. Constable Gagnon did not notice the vehicle go by as he was engaged with Mr. Ellison at the time. The next clip will depict Constable Gagnon returning to the front of his police vehicle after speaking with Mr. Ellison. This, I remind you, is after the replica police vehicle has proceeded by. This is a 27-second clip.
Did it just skip that video?
Onslow, Gagnon at the front of his vehicle at this stage. Next clip is about 40 seconds. Once again, I'll ask you to pay attention to the top left of the screen. At this stage, we are going to see Constable Gagnon get into the driver's side of the vehicle. David Westlake then approaches Constable Gagnon and they converse. And then David Westlake enters the fire hall. Richard Ellison remains stationary in the vehicle in the location that he is. This is a 40-second script. Westlake into the fire hall, Gagnon in his vehicle, Ellison remains in the car. 10:24 or 10:14:41. This is about 5 minutes ahead in time. Constable Gagnon returns once again to the Ellison vehicle. Gagnon then returns once again to his police vehicle. And then Mr. Ellison parks his car at the front of the parking lot. not 46, obviously, 26 seconds. At this point, Mr. Ellison is in his parked in his car. Mr. Westlake is inside the fire hall. Constable Gagnon is in his marked RCMP vehicle. The next slide will show you over a period of 16 seconds, Mr. Ellison exiting his vehicle and walking or making his way towards the entrance of the comfort station. So in real time, at 10:16:03, Constable Gagnon is in his police vehicle. Richard Ellison has entered the fire hall, and David Westlake is still inside the fire hall. I'm going to switch camera views for you at this stage, a little clearer, a little closer. This is the interior lobby foyer camera. Almost a minute after Richard Ellison enters the fire hall, we see David Westlake exit the fire hall. So you'll notice how Mr. Westlake is dressed. He's wearing his toque. He has the high visibility yellow and orange vest on. At 10:26:57 or 10:16:57, we go back to the exterior view outside of the fire brigade again. At the top left of the screen, you will notice David Westlake exit the fire hall, approach the Constable Gagnon police vehicle, and then David Westlake stands on the driver's side of the Gagnon vehicle for some period of time. So this is a quick clip, about 10 seconds, showing Westlake go to the police vehicle where obviously some pivotal events take place. So simultaneously, as that action is occurring, Constables Terry Brown and Dave Melanson of the Bible Hill Detachment General Investigative Section are driving along Highway 2 from the west towards the fire hall. They're coming from the Masstown way. They had just come down Masstown Road, traveling south, after hearing about the Plains Road shooting, and had turned left on the Highway 2, Highway 4, and headed east towards Truro. Now, it's really important to contextualize Constable Melanson and Constable Brown's situation at this time. That is, you will recall from previous foundational documents that Constables Brown and Melanson were the officers that were involved in interviewing Lisa Banfield on her emergence from the wooded area around Portapique earlier that morning. So they had received some disturbing information from Lisa Banfield that they immediately reported to the command post. In particular, they became aware at that time about the presence of a fully marked police vehicle with the perpetrator at that time. But not only had those two officers been the people to investigate or speak with Lisa Banfield, but at 9:32:30, when that call came about what took place in Wentworth, those officers responded to Wentworth, and they also heard the information about the Glenholm interruption, whereby they responded with a number of other officers to Glenholm. They had responded as well to the Plains Road call, and you'll recall that from March 31st when we discussed how that took place. And they headed east on Plains Road after the call came in, and then decided that there was enough sufficient response by ERT or other police investigators that they should perhaps take another route in an effort to search for the perpetrator. So instead of going straight through to Plains Road, they turned right at the Masstown Road. You'll recall the Masstown Road and Angelina Pizzeria that we've discussed earlier as well. That goes south. They went south. They made an effort to check out some of the structures there. They went behind the West Colchester hockey rink, looked in the parking lot, made observations, didn't see the perpetrator, and then continued on. Constable Monson said that he was relatively or quite familiar with the area. Constable Brown less so. They had known at that stage by radio transmission that not only was there the complaint at Plains Road, but there had been the discovery of the 2 victims at that location. So that's the context for Constables Brown and Melanson. They get to the bottom of Masstown Road, they turn left and head towards Truro. As they head towards Truro, they of course pass Carstar and they head towards the Comfort Station in this case. They arrive from the west in their unmarked brown Nissan Altima. They were aware that the perpetrator was operating a fully marked police vehicle and was wearing a high visibility orange vest.
Okay. So they were aware that he was wearing a high visibility orange vest. A lot of skipping around, a lot of convenient camera angles there. 10 minutes off. Okay. And arriving from the Masstown direction, right? Okay. Now, in the Onslow document, he does say it. He does say it, of course, but, you know. Shortly after 10:17, Constable Brown and Melanson approached the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade. Okay. 10:17. Okay.
Constables Brown and Melanson reported in their interviews with RCMP and with the Mass Casualty Commission seeing the police vehicle parked perpendicular in the parking lot of the fire hall. They report at that time that they saw a man with a high visibility orange vest behind the vehicle. They stopped their vehicle.
Okay. And so, you have to ask yourself, where would they be getting the information of a high visibility orange vest? B, line of sight. This is always very important to put yourself in the perspective of individuals that they speak about. Can they see an orange vest? Even though we know that they're not looking for an orange vest, they're looking for a yellow vest, and that would be according to only 2 eyewitnesses, right? The Fishers, because I believe they're the only people outside of Shubenacadie that see any uniform or variation thereof, right? So, okay, orange vest, right? But they wouldn't be looking for an orange vest. And they may or may not even be looking for a vest at all at this point in time. And even if they were, could they see it?
Forensic information taken from the CERT report indicates that it was They stopped about 88 meters west of the entranceway to the building. They report that they thought at that point they had located the perpetrator. They report speaking to each other directly and saying that's him. They report that they exited their vehicle and went behind to their vehicle and drew and had their weapons drawn. Constable Brown reports yelling towards the parking lot, towards the person in the vest, "Show me your hands," twice. The members report seeing the man duck behind the vehicle and run towards the fire hall. They also recall, or I would ask you to recall, that in accordance with the video that we've seen, the perpetrator had actually traveled past this location about 10 minutes earlier. Constable Brown said in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission that he thought the man was going to kill him and or kill others. And he indicated in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission that he himself did not know that the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall was being used as a comfort station. So all of those factors going together to what happened next. Take you back to the video here at 10:31 or 10:21.
Okay, so now the time has moved ahead, right? He's gone ahead. Even with the clocks, you see how they fill it with all kinds of stuff and then flash back to the screen. Maybe you don't see the time difference. Maybe.
This is a relatively short clip, 13 seconds. I'll direct your attention to the top left again of the screen. You will notice some behavior by Mr. Westlake. This is behavior that takes place as 5 rounds from the carbines of Constable Brown and Melanson are discharged in his direction. I'm going to show you the 13-second clip now. Once again, top left corner.
5 rounds. Okay.
I think it's worth seeing again because it's relatively quick. Mr. Westlake leaves from the back of the vehicle after the shots are fired and goes to the entrance. Constable Westlake, David Westlake, the EMO coordinator, reported that he noticed a car coming from the west and slowed down. He recalls hearing the words, "Get down," and then he recalls the loud report of shots. He ran to the entrance and made his way into the building. Constable Gagnon, in his interviews, described that he was seated in the police vehicle. He recalls seeing 2 uniformed officers pull up in the middle of the road coming from the west. He says that he thought he recognized one of those members as a police member, but he assumed that they were setting up a roadblock at that location. The next video or the next slide will show you the camera from inside the foyer of the comfort station at this time at 10:21:37. And it will show you Mr. Westlake entering the front of the building after he's heard the shots and is making evasive actions. It will also show you from the right-hand side what we believe is Deputy Chief Curry running from the radio room or the area of the radio room in the facility to take cover. This is a 11-second clip. The video shows Mr. Westlake running in. He actually drops his radio. He has the presence of mind to pick it up under those circumstances and move into the back of the community hall area of the fire hall. It looked like Deputy Chief Curry is coming from the western side of the building as well, and he too makes the same evasive maneuvers. So right at the time of the shooting, as I indicated at the start, Gagnon and Westlake are outside, but Deputy Chief Curry, Chief Muse, and Richard Ellison are inside, of course, with no information with respect to what's going on, except what we see at this stage and what they would have heard. At 10:21:30, we hear the following dispatch from Constable Gagnon, who is seated in the vehicle outside of the comfort station.
Who are you shooting at? It's Gagnon. Jason. Everybody take a deep breath.
Constable Gagnon obviously indicating over the radio the concern that he has with respect to what's actually occurred, the jeopardy that he's been placed in. Difficult to determine who Jason is and who Corporal Comeau is. We're of the view that Corporal Comeau is the J Division or the New Brunswick Division ERT member, and Jason is an unidentified member of the Halifax Division RCMP. Not entirely sure on that. It doesn't really matter given the context here. Corporal Mills, you will be familiar with, is the ERT team leader. And it's so interesting, his response at the bottom, everybody take a deep breath. I can say from reviewing a great deal of materials that very many members who listened to the radio on that day recall the expression, everybody take a deep breath. The next clip from 10:21:50 to 10:21:53 is 3 seconds long, very short. It, at the top left of your screen, will depict what happens with Constable Gagnon. You'll see where Constable Gagnon emerges from his vehicle and appears to raise his hands up after the shots are fired. Constable Gagnon, in a report filed on April 19th, the day of the incident, said that he repeatedly yelled his vehicle identification number of 30B6, the effort being to contrast it entirely with the identification number of 28B11 that you will know is the number from the mock replica cruiser. This next clip shows Constable Gagnon emerge from the vehicle, check the entrance of the fire hall, and then you will see Constable Melanson, one of the shooters.
Okay, so they just advanced the clock again.
He will emerge from the right-hand side of the clip and come towards Constable Melanson. They consult for a short period, Constable Gagnon. They consult for a short period of time. Constable Melanson checks the eastern side of the building, and then he and Constable Gagnon together enter the entrance of the comfort station at this time. It's a 47-second clip. Constables Melanson and Gagnon at this point together enter into the comfort station. Once again, we'll go back to the interior camera and you see the following.
Are they playing with my
Clip
stuff?
shows Constable Gagnon and Constable Melanson enter into the foyer area of the comfort station. Gagnon first, followed by Melanson. Reports indicate that they asked, or everybody was okay. Is anybody hurt? This is information coming from the report of Constable Gagnon and Constable Melanson. Constable
Okay, so both of them enter the building.
Melanson was satisfied with the response according to his materials filed, and then he left. Constable Gagnon followed immediately. Melanson headed west towards the vehicle. Gagnon briefly encounters Constable Brown outside, and the two officers, the two members from the GIS section from Bible Hill, and make their way back to their vehicle, which is still on the road on the west side. There were, of course, as indicated outset, no fatalities as a result of the discharge of the firearms in this case. The next three videos are going to focus on Constable Brown. Constable Melanson is the person that you saw walk across the front of the parking lot and engage with Constable Gagnon. The next three videos show the routing of Constable Brown. Constable Brown did not go to the front of the parking lot. He went and conducted a perimeter or circumnavigated the building from the west side around to the north side to the east side. The first clip shows a 17-second view of him going.
Sorry, did they say that they both went into the building? Did I catch that wrong? Both Brown and Melanson went into the building? Please correct me, because my ears, I don't know.
Going along the west side of the comfort station. The video ends with him making the turn onto the back or the north side of the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall.
Did he say both went into the fire hall and showed the video with the 10:33 timestamp? Or did I just mishear? If I misheard, then... Oh, actually, I think it was the other officer. My apologies.
Next video is the east side as he circumnavigates the building, coming back towards the parking lot. It may or may not be of some significance that the video, at least at this stage, does not show any interaction by Mr. Constable Brown with the doors, the windows of the
Well, he did say that both Brown and Melanson entered the building. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that, Todd. If I misheard, then that's fine. I don't want to back it up or whatever, but maybe I'll check that out later. But if he said that they both entered the building, I think the timestamp was the same, which would be odd to be in two places at the same time, inside and outside.
The structure, it shows him circumnavigating the structure at that time.
Oh, so you already went back and checked, and he did say that. Well, I think that's doesn't work, does it?
This next slide takes you back to the front of the building. When Constable Melanson exits, he's followed by Constable Gagnon, excuse me. There's a brief interaction with Constable Brown as he comes around from the east, and then the members return to the vehicle. So at 10:24:50 or thereabouts, the two GIS members exit this view on the screen, return to their vehicle, and then engage in the next phase of their involvement. This is the text from the Colchester radio dispatch at 10:34:04. Call comes in about shooting at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall.
Break for dispatch. Break for dispatch. I have.
So now they can play it. Before they couldn't. Interesting.
The new shooting, Highway 4 in Lower Onslow near the fire hall. Sounded like 3 gunshots about 5 minutes ago.
Disregard, 355. That was ours.
Tim, we're already in that area. We'll check it out regardless. Copy that.
So confirm that it was you guys.
Yeah, there were police rounds.
Disregard. No problems here. Okay.
10-4.
The context of that dispatch is relatively clear. There was a call, the complaint made, and the recognition by Constable Brown at that time to disregard because it was police rounds. That was ours. Constable Clark, a member of the ERT team, decides that he can undertake to check it out at that time, confirmed by the team leader, Corporal Mills. Constable Brown in his Mass Casualty Commission interview indicated that while he was driving east towards Truro, he made the effort to contact Staff Sergeant Carroll, his superior in terms of the line of command. Staff Sergeant Carroll then communicated with him. Constable Brown indicated that he told him about the blue on blue incident, and he said that Staff Sergeant Carroll advised him to continue on. Staff Sergeant Carroll, in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, reported that he knew of the blue on blue incident, but didn't know exactly where it was at that time. He instructed Constable Brown and Melanson to continue on, given the need for person power at that stage and the dynamic situation. Constable Gagnon reports that shortly after the dispatch of the shooting at the fire hall, he watched as the ERT truck attended shortly thereafter. It stopped on the road to the west, roughly in the proximate location that the brown Nissan Altima had stopped. He acknowledged his presence, acknowledged his car ID. The ERT members signaled to him and then acknowledged his existence and then drove on. So that's generally the narrative with respect to what took place at the Onslow that the Mass Casualty Commission information available to it at this stage has. I just wish to provide for you a little bit of pictorial representation with respect to where those bullets.
Okay. Then we have the brown Altima. And no exiting of the, yeah, I'm pounding away on the keyboard. Where's the video of the driving away? Of course, they don't seemingly want to show you that. Now, so let's go back. 10:17. Constable Brown and Melanson approach Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall in the unmarked Nissan Altima. No color now. Okay, so that would make it 10:25 that they drive away. So if my math is right, that's about 8 minutes, isn't it? Eight minutes? I think they've kind of been portraying publicly in the media and things that it was kind of almost instantaneous. No? Or is that just me? Maybe. Here we have the video canvas report. A one camera angle. Well, I saw a few. Did you not? One? Okay. And also the noticeable absence of what type of system is being used. Is this the Onslow Fire Hall? Okay. Because, well, if it was cloud-based, then it's internet time set. I'm pretty sure that camera system is time set with IP. Now, also, sorry, the brown Nissan Altima. For those of you who have been following the story since the start, oh, and sorry, hi, hello, Cage. Those of you who want kind of more of a brief synapse, Cage and I did a show on his channel. I think the channel link is in the thing. I can go and pull it up. Or Cage maybe can even drop it in. We did a 2-hour show, just kind of bringing people up to speed. Now, the brown Nissan Altima. How many colors and models has this been? Was it an unmarked cruiser? You remember all that debate? Even amongst the same report in CBC, the Fifth Estate print column with Macmillan and, what is Fifth Estate's lady name? I forgot. Pardon me. And the print column, which accompanied the video version, which totally differed Sharon's report and the interview that we did way at the beginning. The color just keeps changing. The model changes. Granted, eyewitness, things can be, and it's not a comment on Sharon. It's just the way things are. Things can be mistaken. Now, let's go to here. Sorry. My techno stuff. Shortly after 10:17, I like these imprecise times. I'm sorry. Pardon me. Constable Brown and Melanson approached the fire hall from the west in the unmarked Nissan Altima, which could be an unmarked cruiser or what did McMillan call it? I forget. It's just been all over the map. Both members observed David Westlake wearing an orange reflective vest. Not a yellow and orange, but an orange, standing next to an RCMP cruiser. Not yellow and orange. Burl says it's orange. They say it's orange in the report. The only eyewitness said he was wearing yellow. Whether that even came out on the air, whether anybody would know that at that point in time, that's all yet to be determined. Could you even see it from 88 meters away? Behind a car? Point of view? Okay. That's that changed color. This is from the HRP report, which was sent out. I arrived on scene with CERT investigator Sergeant Ron Leger. Detective Constable Kennedy was on scene and had already begun to take photographs. I was briefed Sergeant Leger regarding the current details of the investigation. Essentially, what was known at the time, two RCMP fire officers opened fire on an individual whom they believed to be an active shooter. This person was not a suspect, but rather a civilian EMO. He was wearing high visibility, yellow high visibility vest. Okay. All right. Yellow. Orange, yellow. These may seem trivial to you. They're not to me. I just look at shit like this. Okay, so we have 9:21. Gannon, I guess that's 4 minutes later, is radioing in. Again, I guess you could say that this is an hour off. Whatever. I could go with the 4 minutes. The hour off bullshit's got to stop. You got. Hey, Gannon. No audio, Gannon. Who are you shooting at? It's Gannon. McLeod is answering. I think that's interesting. Hubley's answering. Melanson's answering. Hubley's answering. They took that out. Melanson with standby. All these inaudibles. Lots of stuff. Corporal Mills warning everybody, just take it easy. Okay. So we have changing vests. We have times that aren't really quite making sense. Camera angles. Brown says orange in his statement. Multiple camera angles, but they say one. No telling you if it is cloud-based, though I'm fairly certain it is. Of course, the the car color changing. The fact that they were there for a few minutes, even though they kind of try to, and even there, Burrow was kind of passing it off, slipping in other things, but they were there for a little while. Now, (10:07), dispatch says that they were on Plains Road, shooting on Plains Road. Shooting on Plains Road. He said they were over in Masstown. Brown and Melanson traveled to the Debert area. Okay. Debert, 10:07. 10:07 plus 15 minutes is 10:22. But then they say they arrive at 10:17. Were they in fact in Debert? You know what would clear this up very quickly is their GPS records. The problem with that is, let's have a look. This is not specifically referring, however, I believe it does in the search report refer to this letter, which is very interesting. March 11th, 2022, Rachel Young. National Litigation Sector, Department of Justice, to the Mass Casualty Commission. Dear Ms. Young, the Joint Federal Provincial Commission, notice what the use of the word they're using, okay? So don't ever get fooled by the inquiry balls. They know. This is the Justice Department telling you, okay? Not some fool out in Alberta way at the beginning of this. This letter, is, in response, requests the information with respect to the ability of RCMP H Division to track the position of members and vehicles April 18th and 19th, 2020, as at the present time. Tracking vehicles in general. Each vehicle, a police vehicle, is equipped with mobile workstation, right? MWS, or mobile data terminal for cars, the ability to track on global position system of the coordinates. Okay, and you can refer back to my tweet. I don't generally send anything to the Mass Casualty Commission, but company phones also have GPS. Personal phones also have GPS. There's a variety of GPS points. So just to say that it's an MWS, well, that's a bit of a misnomer. The GPS information is, especially if you're using Google Maps, right? You just declared that you have GPS. And don't listen to anybody who tells you that you can turn it off or this kind of bullshit. Not so. Not so. You can never turn off GPS. GPS information is generated from a cellular modem attached to MWS. When the vehicle is logged onto the computer integrated information and dispatching systems, GPS information is transferred from MWS. This populates GPS information application PUID. They love all these fucking gobbledygook abbreviations. I don't know. I think it makes people feel intelligent or something. Words actually are, because those aren't words, will appear on the SIDS screen with computer and globe next to its ID. Well, sometimes people have that and sometimes they don't. This tells the Operational Communication Center personnel that the unit is online and GPS is operational. Well, if it's online, then that's probably why they're calling them, I would think. Normal GPS will ping or pull MWS every 60 seconds or 500 meters, whichever comes first. Sounds like a taxi almost. However, in H Division, it was deemed inadequate, and the polling pinging intervals were changed in the fall of 2016. H Division's GPS intervals are now every 30 seconds or 20 meters, or 250 meters, whichever comes first. The SIDS and the dispatchers, risk managers in the OCC are able to see the automatic vehicle location, which can display time or of the latest ping, direction of travel, north, northeast, southeast, etc., GPS coordinates, speed of the unit that was traveling, latest ping, sometimes a vehicle which is closest to, a road that the vehicle is closest to, OCC, has the ability to track MWS, which mainly used in police pursuits as it speeds up, H Division, okay, has changed. It also changed in the fall of 26 current pinging 5 seconds or 150 meters. It is important that every RCMP be logged on to SIDS on the MWS information to be transmitted. Well, not necessarily, even if they weren't. Like I said, there's multiple GPS points. Multiple. You can pull them from every which way. Not just the mobile workstation. And they want to say cell phones don't work and this kind of shit underneath legs. Bullshit. Bullshit. They pull them on their own members who are cheating on their wives. Come on. 3 points. How come some people's are working, some people's aren't? Oh, I forgot to log on. If the member exits the vehicle, the OCC has no GPS tracking capability on him or her. Bullshit. Company phone. Hello. Personal phone. Google Maps. Bullshit. Not only do the OCC and risk manager, not saying that they necessarily have access to the personal phone at that time, but the company phone, I would think they do, and they certainly can get later. Later. What is it? What is that goddamn program that they use? Oh, why is it slipping my head? From over Middle East direction. What is it? What is it called? You're in here, Todd. I'm forgetting it for some reason. Gosh, they're using it out in the case of BC right now. All kinds of problems with that. The other members, including supervisor, that is a good case to look at, actually, because there's funny games going on over there and some shit going down. Are able to monitor members of respective area MWS, although it's technically possible for a member to be logged on in multiple view areas outside their respective detachment district areas. It's not practical. It's also worth noting that the MWS does not refresh in real time. That's true. It's not exact, and there are significant limitations in mapping on the MWS compared to the SIDS. In light of this, the mapping of the member's location is best performed in the OCC via SIDS. Within the RCMP district and Halifax, RCMP Halifax district and Halifax RCM regional police areas, Halifax Regional Municipality Integrated Emergency Services, personnel will also be able to access GPS locations of RCMP Halifax District and HRP members through their MDTs. The RCMP Halifax District and HRP watch commanders are not physically located in IES, as the RCMP risk manager is located in the OCC. However, the watch commanders are able to pull GPS locations on all members they supervise on their MDTs. Oh, okay. Supervisors and regular members are also able to access GPS location. Not Pegasus. What was it? I tweeted about it and I sent whatever. Anyway, of members of the respective detachment area through MDTs. In addition, on desktops through Verzidex police web browser. Does this, if you got all this tech and toys, you can't even, but of course it's not that you can't, it's what they're hiding from you. A list of all currently signed in RCMP Halifax District HRP vehicles is created. The web browser provides details such as whether a member is available on call with details, call location, and location. Further, the web browser provides respective GPS locations for all signed in vehicles with the web locations accessible to any member RCMP Halifax District HRP who is signed into the web browser. Well, if your mobile workstation isn't on, I'm not sure how you're getting information. I suppose just over the air. But they're getting bolos, emails and things, mobile workstations, computers. Okay. GPS tracking, pinging RCMP district and HRP members is not set to a specific call type priority, but unit status. This part is interesting because it will come up in some stuff I'm going to do in the future. Available for a call, AV, every 30 seconds, 200 meters. En route to call every 15 seconds or 100 meters. Dispatch to a call every 15 or 100 meters. On scene at a call, 180 seconds or 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Remember that number. 3 minutes. Transport every 15 seconds or 100 meters. Just file it away. 3 minutes. Busy available every 180 seconds or 300 meters. 3 minutes. Busy unavailable every 180 seconds or 300 meters. 3 minutes. Remember it, please. It will come up. These are time intervals in which the MDT says is set back to IES for updating. There may be a delay from time, minimal delay estimated no more than 20 seconds. Okay, and then it goes into ERT stuff and how ERT has capabilities, please dogs, okay. And basically, this is letting this ability to track on foot. What they're trying to say is they can't. I'll just save everybody the time. They can't. I'll post that in here because certain members, GPS, they don't want to give out. Specifically, Hubley's, it's referred to. And I would say Brown and Melanson are another one. Maybe this is a good time to bring this up. So I think probably everybody saw that, of course, Lucky, maybe Jenga, that's why I sent out. I'm cryptic in the way that I communicate sometimes. The Jenga post on my tweeters, that was in reference to that. Technical stuff. CTV. Waterloo Regional Police Services Chief Brian Larkin retiring to take high-ranking RCMP position. Waterloo Regional Police Chief Brian Larkin is retiring from the service after nearly 8 years in the position. But it's not to end his career in policing. CTV News has confirmed that Larkin has been appointed to a high-ranking position within the RCMP. An internal communication sent Thursday from RCMP Commissioner Brenda Matt Lucky. Oh, sorry. Racist Matts. Those Matts. And obtained, those of you who know what I'm talking about, obtained by, that video is still around, by the way, no matter how much they tried to delete it. Obtained by CTV News, announced Larkin's hiring as Deputy Commissioner, Specialized Policing Services. Larkin is quoted in a memo saying he'd be proud to join what he calls the iconic Canadian organization, quote, end quote. The memo says Larkin will replace Deputy Commissioner Steve White, who retired Thursday, April 14. Waterloo Regional Police confirmed Larkin's move, but declined further comment. CTV News also requested comment from the RCMP, but didn't receive a response. Thursday, Waterloo Regional Police announced Larkin's retirement from the service Thursday afternoon in a media release. According to the release, Larkin will work with the Waterloo Regional Police Board on a transition date interim chief. Larkin has been the Waterloo Regional Police Chief for 8 years. His career of policing spans 31 years. That's he doesn't have a long time left in his policing career. It's an interesting move. It really is. 31 years already in, and he's going to move now. Okay. He's not going to be there long. So that might be a clue. It's been a true honor to lead this organization. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Now, it was White he's going to replace, right? Stephen White, Deputy Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner Stephen White, retiring April 14th, 4 days ago. Stephen White is responsible for specialized policing services, a broad range of critical services that include the Canadian Firearms Program. Firearms, an issue in this one? Maybe. The Canadian Police College, Criminal Intelligence Services Canada, the IMIT program. I believe that is computer stuff. Forensic Science and Identification Services. Departmental Security and Technical Operations. His responsibilities also include stewardship of National Police Services, a suite of scientific and technological police education programs, broader Canadian law enforcement community. Director, he used to be Director General of Financial Crimes. I'm seeing things there that might apply. Might apply. Firearms program, IT program, criminal intelligence services, forensic science, identification services. Is he just kind of walking away? Might be on my end. I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Boom. I'm not muted. Oh, so good. They're fucking with me there, too. These people can't get their shit together, but can mute me. Come on. Get it together. Now, I'm back now. Well, it seems like a couple people were having issues. Robert was having issues. Uncle was having problems. Julia Rock saying it's intermittent. Technical. You are muted. No, I never. That would be a deliberate act. I would definitely cop to. Maybe he just wants to spend more time with his family. Maybe. You never know. You never know. Now, the HRP report is interesting. Do I have that here? Oh, wow. Good. Well, I got a lot more space now for Windows for, what the hell is this? Adobe. You can only open 50 windows maximum, which just blows. I'm always highlighting stuff, but the problem is then when they close inadvertently, which I didn't do, it still has two open. Then I lose all of my stuff, which of course I hadn't saved. Moving along. It's fine. I have a decent memory. Oh, great. We'll go back to the Onslow report. I found a few things in here rather interesting. Prepared by Andre Habib and Detective Constable Trish Kennedy. Verisedex. I haven't quite finished it yet. Sunlight. And of course, this is a reasonable thing. Not sure what they're doing over here. I'm not sure you can. Yeah, you can see my mouse. Don't know why they're censoring things. I think this is censored. Maybe it's just my OCR that did that. But their measurements are kind of interesting because the point that they use to measure it to isn't the 88 meters, but okay. This part's interesting. Now, if I'm remembering Sharon's YouTube correctly, they shot over this direction. Again, I'm not understanding why this is beneficial to change this information. Or it could just be that Sharon's mistaken. However, it doesn't appear to be because the car is somewhat, kind of morphing a little bit more in her favor. They kind of leave out, again on here a little bit too. So the report starts subject of information. Nobody. Oh, okay. 5 spent rounds. Firearm has not been test fired. Firearm is not connected with any criminal activity or discharge in the commission of an offense. Well, I would say it possibly was discharged in the in an offense, but that could just be me. Fingerprints and DNA are not relevant. Oh, okay. Non-firearms examination. They did do the firearms examination. Went off to Ottawa for testing. The person who did the testing, the report will be ready in 170 days, but be sure to get the information in 10 days into them. Absolutely. You have to get them in there by 10 days, but we're going to take 3 months to look at it. Jackie, this is the person who is one of the people who did that stuff. Okay, moving along. Analysis included test firing. Analysis is conducted to determine expended cartridges. Okay, the cartridges are ending up over on the other side of the road. Not sure what all these kinds of things. There actually is a part here I didn't reference. Oh yes, I did. So they know the Colt carbine. You know, the Colt law enforcement carbine. Is that possible? You know, Colt law enforcement carbine. I'm not saying here. I'm just saying who really owned that weapon. Don't mind my highlighting. I just like to keep people's names in mind. Now, 24 rounds, 27 live rounds, 1 ejected, 2 ejected. Okay, that equals 3. I guess 2 were chambered. Okay. Somebody can correct me on any of this stuff. 5 spent casings located across the street from the fire station, southwest road, and into the ditch on the shoulder. Of course, all the dirt was disturbed, so they didn't do any footprints or anything too. Guns weren't signed out, I believe, if I read that correctly somewhere. Somebody sent me that. Roadrunner, I think. Thank you very much for that. 1 round located through the outdoor sign parking lot, located in the parking lot. Okay, so is that a partial round? Because they said that they didn't recover anything. 2 located in the middle of the door, 2 rounds. Rounds or casings? I don't know what they're talking about here. No whole projectiles recovered. It goes through the sign and falls onto the ground in the parking lot. Okay. Wearing a high visibility vest, perspective capture from police EMO placement. Now, they actually did the pictures for this, which I find interesting that they never released them from the perspective of where the officers would have been standing. They took pictures. Cross the road? Yes, cross the road. Let's cross the road. Sharon said it was behind the garbage bin. So I'm not sure. I'm going to have to read through other statements here. I don't quite like this. I'm not very techno savvy. I kind of want to read what she has to say. Trish Kennedy. Isn't Trish Kennedy? Was she down? Maybe I'm mistaken. Is that the Car 54 story? I'm probably wrong. But you can't read some of it. I mean, it's not that hard to hit darken, is it? When they're scanning shit, you know, making it non-searchable. So you have to OCR everything. The sign's got 2 holes in it. Okay, well, we already knew that. I'm not sure if that's from fragmenting. Maybe that's why there was no whole projectile recovered. 24 and 27. And we go with this 28 number again. Now, C8 rifle magazine size. Thank you, Todd, for helping me with this question. 30 rounds. Okay. So I don't know. Either they didn't load it up fully or we've got missing rounds. Maybe it's like those clocks. Not sure what's going on. Okay. Stuff done 3 days later. Okay. Ron left midway through. I heard was very good, but surveillance video obtained. No. Video taken. No. Oh. Okay. Photos taken. I'm maybe this is just crime scene stuff. Fingerprints taken. No. Physical match. No. Swabs. No. Footwear. No. Tire impressions. No. They do it at the end of the day, 5:30. They went to go and investigate. High visibility yellow vest. Yellow, orange, Lillian orange. Who knows? Colorblind. Cars, red cars, brown cars, silver cars, Mazdas, trackers. Yeah. You getting it? I was further advised each magazine holds a capacity of 28 rounds. Oh, well, maybe it's not loaded fully. Maybe. A lot of holes. Maybe it's nothing. It can be extrapolated that Constable Brown was in the ditch. Constable Melanson on the roadside shoulder when the shooting occurred, across the street and down. Not sure why this behooves them, but photographs were taken from perspectives, both the perspectives of the RCMP officers and EMO civilian. High visibility vest was used in the photos. I'd love to see these photos because they did a reenactment. It's not on their site to the best of my knowledge. Maybe I just missed it. It's important to note the positioning of the sun. Well, okay, but they didn't actually, to the best of my knowledge, yet list. Again, I haven't finished this yet, but they didn't list what that means. Did they see a vest in the reenactment or did they not? Did Melanson and Brown know about the vest before? 88 meters, you couldn't see anyway. Behind a car, I think it's going to make it even harder, even if you were close up. Exhibits accepted into lab May 6th. After repeated letters, December 14th, finally they got a report back. Leger asking for the report. Finally got it. And I think it even said, did it say that it was, did they match it up forensically? I'm not sure. Maybe those of you who have read it. 556 is my understanding, is it not, that it's a 30 round clip? I asked. Todd knows. Paige knows. We get some weigh-ins here from other, even from that distance, ejection from the Colt carbine seems a bit of a stretch. Well, I mean, if it's closer, I don't understand how they're flying backwards. Again, they got to account for the sign. Narrative. So they didn't go until May, end of May. Nothing. I don't know what this story is in reference to exactly. The above sketch noted computer rendition. Not sure. I don't think I've seen that sketch. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe I'll just finish this out with you, if you don't mind. So the reporting date is on the 19th. They did go the evening of the 19th, but they sent this stuff off, and they don't even get a reply. Ron seems to have left rather hastily. Not sure. He went back to Halifax, I think. Liam. So this is I think this was for the reenactment. I'm not sure. I think I could be wrong. 9:30. Oh no, sorry. They were just there answering questions. Liam and Greg Muse. A significant amount of holes in the building. No other casings found. One appeared to be larger. Hole on the sign. Wow. I mean, these guys were really lucky. Nobody got hit. Working shoulder to shoulder, right? Chris? I think that's what it was. Shoulder, we've met. We're working shoulder to shoulder. It's not really what I was hearing. So, I'd like to see the reenactment photos. I think that would be great. What do you think? Five, 6. So who was that said somebody made a point that it's 28? Oh, here we go. Mitchell says 28 rounds in the C8 with 5.56. Is that correct? Might be an ERT thing. Special off NATO. They don't load to 30? Okay. All right. Well, these are good things to know. Okay. All right. Fair. Thank you. I want to know, make sure. Really lucky. Yeah, absolutely. You know all too well, don't you? Okay, so it jams on 30. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. This is why reviewing things and having multiple inputs is very good. Those morning logs are very interesting. There's so much. Like people who I speak with, because I generally work on the phone. That's me. I know they listen to the phone. Fuck them, man. Keeps them on their toes. Now, they watch everything. And I'm not talking out my ass. Don't let up. Don't let up. That's the key. That's the key. Okay, lots of stuff here about all you guys know about firearms. I don't really know anything. I thought what we could do is read through this. I think the only this is the only thing. So I started to read through it, and then I was like, well, hey, it's 59 pages. I can do it. Let me get my glasses. Grab a coffee. Let's listen to Terry Brown's interview. Grab a coffee. I'm just gonna be maybe a minute or two tops. Okay. Soft targets behind should have had a conversation with Mr. Brown, Mr. Melanson. I think the Mass Casualty Commission, funnily enough, should have a conversation with them. My mind's always all over the place and working many different things. I'm back to, for a while there, I had a bit of a reprieve. But I'm back to sadly dreaming about this stuff. If you want to call it a dream. But it's just working stuff out together in my mind. Very fundamental to take all those cameras, build the, okay, good. Did I see your comments? Did I get them? I'm very slow with typing. I hate this shit, man. This is not the way people communicate, Fucking text. It was nice in the old days when you could. Well, you can just leave your phone at home. That's what I do. Now, the times, all the videos, give them the benefit of the doubt and the screenshot, like the screen time that it says on it. Put it together, tweets, This is always what I've called for. Not going to work. Guaranteed. Transcript of recorded interview. Terry Brown. March 10th, 2022. Where's the RCMP interview? Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Where's the GPS? Oh, maybe Lori wants that gone. Didn't she say that? Lori Ward? Yeah, I think something to that effect. Note, we haven't got the GPS logs from Hubli. Though we've asked. You've asked? We have the ability to subpoena. We can get anything. Well, then the question would be, why haven't you? Me. MP3. Good morning. It's Paul Thompson, investigator with Mass Casualty Commission. 10th of March, 2022 is 10:18. I'm Wilson Boardroom of RCMP headquarters in Dartmouth. You know, big fancy one with shiny walls and stuff. I'm just going to have everybody introduce themselves for the purpose of the recording. Chris Onslow, investigator with Mass Casualty Commission. Nasha Ijuan, counsel for NPF. RCMP Union. Trish McPhee, counsel for the Attorney General of Canada. No, one who doesn't want things released on certain components. They speak up sometimes, sometimes not. Amy Brown, spouse to Terry. Terry Brown, RCMP. This is no slight on Mr. Brown. It's just trying to ascertain what exactly is going on. Thank you, everybody, says Paul Thompson. Thanks for being here today, Terry. As we previously spoke, I appreciate on behalf of the Commission that you are here today to discuss your involvement with the mass casualty events. I really think this is a lexicon, newspeak garbage. Murder, mass, April 18th and 19th. So I'm going to simply start off by, if you can introduce yourself by way of your professional career from, you know, how long you're a police officer and where you're assigned. And then once you can talk about your police training, the best you can recall, some of the courses you've taken over the years. Terry Brown. Yeah. Paul Thompson. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Terry Brown with the RCMP. I've been a member just shy of 13 years. Obviously, my training is from, my most formal training, I guess, is from Regina, from Depot. Right out of Depot, I was posted to Parsboro. This was in May 2009. Parsboro is a very small community in Cumberland County. About, I'll say, 1,500 people. Very rural policing, a lot of work by yourself and whatnot. I was there for 3.5 years. And then I transferred to Amherst, which is in Cumberland County as well. Amherst is about 45 minutes from Parsboro, up the highway, right on kind of the first community you come to in Nova Scotia. I was there, I don't quite understand that. I guess it's the highway or something like that. I'm not from there, so you'll know. I was there for 5 years. A little busier than Parsboro, still very much rural policing though. So all that time in those two postings was in general duty, or GD, right? Or patrol policing, whatever you'd like to call it. I did, you know, when I was in Amherst, I did some acting duties up there in the supervisor role. Wow. Okay. So and then from there, I was transferred to Bible Hill GIS, which is a plainclothes investigational section, and that's where I currently am currently today. So I've been there since August 2017, right? I believe, and yeah, that's what I continue to do to this day. As I said, mostly plainclothes duties. The occasional time I'll wear a uniform. Is that to explain the brown car, the brown Ultima? Not sure. For whatever the case may be. Primarily, I guess he did that day. Primarily, I write off a lot of warrants, do a lot of interviews and source work. Okay, that's interesting, and whatnot. And just generally, you know, a lot of things of the kind of the definition, I guess, is the, I don't know if the higher end files is the right term, but more serious offenses. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mr. Mallinson Duval. But that doesn't mean we don't go out and help with anything that's going on during the day or night. We could be called to assist. Great. So in that section, there's myself and Dave Melanson. Our corporal is Jarrett McLeod. And we work very closely with Josh Burkham, who's in street crime unit. So he's in the office with Dave and I. The three of us work out of the same office. When I say office, it's within Bible Hill Detachment. So we're on site there. Yeah, so we kind of work together for the most part and complement or assist the general duty members. I have various extra duties. I'm part of the H Division interview team. I think there's 8 or 10 of us on the team that I assist with. I guess more complex interviews and homicides. Well, really, whatever the case may be, whatever a detachment might need an assistance to doing interviews on a file. So we'll go to assist. I am also an incident commander for ground search and rescue. Incident commander. In this province, when there's a missing person, for ground search and rescue teams are all volunteer. Not sure anybody can differentiate between, I think, because the incident commanders, irrespective of what you do, it's kind of food of chain command. The ground search and rescue teams are all volunteer. In order to call out one of those teams, you need to be a trained incident commander for the RCMP to do that. So yeah, there's about 20 or 30 of us in the province that are trained as incident commanders. So he's right up there. And then just until recently, I was part of the RCMP tactical troop. I was kind of confused by, but maybe those of you who have better knowledge can inform me. I was told by somebody who's in here, I believe. This is the precursor to CERT. Is that ERT? Is that correct? Not sure. That's why it's always good to have lots of brains. I was part of that for 11 years. I started, within, I don't know, if I had 2 full years of service when I started that. You know, we would participate in a number of things. It started out early stages when I was part of the TAC troop, was very much sticks, shields, and batons. He does talk about how it's riot police, but I don't know if it's just riot police or if it's something else. I guess people would call it riot police or whatever. So I don't know if there's any relationship to ERT at all, but and we have a lot of riots in the East Coast, on the East Coast. So it consisted of fishing disputes and things like that. Also took me to the G7, most recent one in Quebec, some royal visits, and things like that. Anywhere where there's crowd issues or VIPs, I guess, lack of a better term. Got a pretty full CV already for somebody who's... Anyway, so I had a number of different positions in tactical troop. Good for him. Starting off, when you start, it was always sticks and shields. Then it became part of the gas rank, where we would deploy gas. I guess that's... I guess I kind of leave out kind of our biggest things we're deployed to was the shale gas Rexton disputes in New Brunswick, where, we had a number of police cars burned and whatnot. So, yeah, that's just the type of events that we're involved in. Too bad he's been involved in so many poor interactions with civilians. And then I was trained as an instructor for the tactical troop. Okay, it's a rename. He's got training. Why I didn't fall back on it? Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to also do a couple of things here. Tactical troop was the original name of ERT, pre-JTF. Okay. Interesting. So he's on ERT right away? Almost 2 years in? Something, the precursor to ERT? And, please let us know. I went to Ottawa, I think. It was for the better part of 3 weeks and trained there on instruction of my troop, for the troop, and right up until when I left the troop this past summer, I was in a management position within the troop as the training NCO. Guy's got a good CV, man. Good for him. So that was something I really loved and enjoyed. But honestly, with everything that's gone on over the last couple of years, it was just taking up too much time, and I couldn't give it the proper attention, so I had to step away. So I am no longer with the tactical troop, and now I'm just with ground search and rescue and the interview team, and my primary function in GIS. I guess he's doing incident commander and all that stuff. As far as training goes, there's been a lot of training over the 13 years. Sounds like it. Yeah, just some of the highlights. Don't sell yourself short. If you remember it all and what to tell us, it's fine. But yeah, so I guess first and foremost, what comes to my mind, and it's part of the reason we're here, is I'm carbine trained, and IR trained. Could somebody help me with what is IR trained? Incident response. This goop. I don't even know where to, up until the date of all my mandatory, I'm up to date on all my mandatories, okay, which we have every day. I believe it's every 3 years. I think with TAC Troop, it was every 2 years they did it. So yeah, and mandatories, I mean, your baton, OC spray, crowding control, yeah, just, yeah, your any type of mandatory training, I guess. So, So, and to this day, I'm up to date on everything. Obviously, we have our pistol requalifications every year. I've always, qualified for on my pistol and whatnot. I guess that would be obviously carbines. You passed everything. So yeah, well, that's good. I mean, certainly I've done a lot of training in the 13 years. I know that I've certainly done a lot of training involved. So I'm guessing Paul Thompson, I don't know, is he RCMP? Not sure. Anybody know? Infrared? That's what it is? Infrared? Yeah. I mean, CEW is another one. Less lethal trained on the 40 millimeter launcher. So yeah, I'm sure I sat here, I could think of 100 different courses that I've taken. He's got a lot of stuff. Yeah. Over the last 13 years. But yeah, so I've taken whatever it be, from warrant writing to interviewing to, firearms, whatever the case may be. I've taken all my courses and always passed them. Right. And they're local, divisional, also national in Ottawa for the better part of those. Yeah. So the tactical troop was out in Ottawa. I don't have to travel too much for too many courses. Most of them are local. Yeah, so we've got great training center here in Nova Scotia. We're one of only 2 divisions that have like a dedicated training facility. Lots of training and stuff down there. That's good. That's really evolved from back when I started. We used to do it out of an abandoned school in Salmon River, was where we ran our training. And it evolved into having a beautiful training center that we have now. So excellent trainers here. Can't say enough about them. So it's, yeah, like I think training has been bang on. And yeah, most of it has been here. I guess that's all I can really say about that. Well, good. So it's certainly a lot of training. And I know a lot, I do know a lot of regular recall stuff is a big part of every year. Right, yeah. Usually every year, I just want to, sorry, go ahead. Chris Luslow, can we come back to on a couple of your training points? Sure, yeah, Terry. Okay, your H Division interview team, is that the one, I guess, with, was it Staff Sergeant Briers, or sorry, Sergeant Briers? Staff Sergeant Briers, my apologies. Put it together, indiscernible? Yeah, so it started out with Staff Vardy. We all know Staff Sergeant Vardy, right? Greg Vardy, lie detector Vardy. And Fraser Firth. That's a common name as well. I've seen a lot of times. Kind of got it off the ground originally. It was a process where you have to apply to the team, submit a DVD of an interview. You know how I bitch and moan about how there's DVDs of every interview? Like the audio, like the notes, like the transcripts. Every interview. Where are they? Yeah, I thought it was IR, was incident response, but I don't know. Is that IRA, the incident response team? I don't know. Preferably phased interview model, which is taught now. So I did that. And then I the next step is if you get past that stage, you go to an in-person kind of interview with Greg and Fraser. We're sitting across the table from me, sitting across from me at the table, and kind of question and answer 20 or so questions to start. And from there, after you get through that, you're given a piece of paper with a scenario on it, and you're told to, go. Basically, you have 15 minutes to come up with an interview plan, essentially to come back and start at a certain phase of the interview. And essentially, I had to go and interview Staff Sergeant Vardy on a matter. So, yeah. So that was interviewing, has always been something I'm really passionate about. I really enjoy. So it was great to get picked up to be part of the team. And when did that start for you? That started, it's not long. I want to say less than 3 years. Less than 3 years on the interview team. It might be coming up on about 3 years this summer, probably. So I guess about a year prior to all this going down. I think around that time. So yeah, and I mean, I've assisted in teaching with the phased interview course. And I've always kind of had an interest in those kinds of things, and was lucky enough, kind of, for a lack of a better term, to be taken under their wing. And they kind of helped me along with learning the practice, I guess. Yeah. So that would have been obviously prior to, I guess, back to what you're saying is Bruce Briers taken over and runs it now. Staff Sergeant Briers. Well, you guys know that name. So that's only been over the last less than a year. Bruce has taken over. Bruce got a bump or something, right? So yeah, I have actually been working quite a bit with Bruce over the last few weeks. I've been in Calgary to do interviews. Interesting. To go to do some interviews and traveled around. So yeah, so he keeps me busy somewhat. So that's good. I guess I didn't know he was in town. Chris Luslow. Well, it's nice when you get to go and travel with something that you're passionate about as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's enjoyable. If I could ask you about talk about your ground search and rescue. Sure. Now, so as the incident commander there, you're in charge of, like, who are all these other people and just numbers? Yeah, so, and I know because I've used the word incident commander before, in quotation marks, and there's very different types of incident commanders, so we're going to get elaboration on it. So I understand, in a policing role, typically an incident commander is for critical incident. In this, you're an incident commander in charge of essentially all decisions related to locating this missing person, and you're in charge of all the volunteers that are on the scene. So managing volunteers, which sometimes comes with its own challenges, but I can tell you, we've got a great group in Nova Scotia that really makes it a little easier for me when I go to these scenes, and I've been doing it. Man, I've been doing that, again, probably over 10 years, or right around 10 years I've been doing that. And to the point where most searches I go to, I know all the volunteers, and most definitely know the command team for their searches. So kind of the way it works, I typically I'll get a call at home, and most of them are after hours, saying that there's a missing person in Cape Breton, let's say. So from there, I'm coordinating with members on scene to make sure certain documents are filled out, that, like a missing person report, that captures a lot of information, and then identifying what the teams are going to be, what teams are going to be needed. And so we're getting a little bit more clarification for what exactly an incident commander entails. If needed, a dog. If needed, whatever the case may be, whatever. And if it's close to the water, working with JRCC as well. I've had Coast Guard involved. I've had helicopters of every sort and fixed wing aircraft. So yeah, it's just coordinating all that stuff is what it is. So it's an interesting job. It's something you don't do every day, so you've got to stay sharp with that. It's low frequency, it's something you've got to stay. I can see where your interviewing skills would benefit that. Like you say, you're looking over the missing report investigation. Frankly, I think he's saying a lot of other things I'd be asking about, but all right. When I ask about the interviewing skills. Yeah. So you can have a different way of gleaning tidbits of information to help you set up your approach to organizing people. Yeah. I mean, it's the days of just taking 30 volunteers and throwing them in the woods to do a search. It's a scientific thing now. We use a lot of models to figure out where a 15-year-old kid with ADHD is going to be, as opposed to an 80-year-old dementia patient. We search different areas, and it's due to the scientific stuff. So yeah, it's an interesting program to be involved with, for sure. Yeah, great, thank you. I guess the next thing I want to talk about is Bible Hill Detachment. You're in GIS. Yes. Could you just paint a picture on how your model works and how your reporting structure from where you and your partner, Mr. Melanson, and how many members you would have in the GIS and crime unit? Yeah, so in Bible Hill in general I'll kind of start with the GD side of things. They have 4 watches, I think. This is interesting. They, isn't it? We? Maybe he's gone. They have 4 watches, and I think anywhere from like 4 to 6 members per watch, roughly. And then, so they work in what we would call the bullpen area. So it's an open area with lots of cubicles and desks, and the GIS office is just off to the side of that. We have a closed, like a door we can close if we're talking with sources or whatever the case may be. As I said, there's 2 of us in GIS, myself and Dave Melanson. Interesting. But the corporal, Jarrett McDonald, is in another closed door office right beside us, right next to us. Pardon my reading. My eyes. And then the street crime member is Josh Burkham, who is right there with us. And the mandates for street crime typically, if we're just painting with broad strokes, basically street crime is essentially a drug unit. And GIS is a person kind of crime unit for the most part. But we're so small, if Josh has a drug file to go on, we're very much involved on the drug file, and vice versa. If we have a person crime of any sort, he's very much helping us out, whether it be with warrants or whatever the case may be. There's some warrants that were served, were there not? Maybe somebody remember that. So we work really close together, and Jarrett oversees us. Didn't Dorrington serve a warrant? So I would report directly to Jarrett McDonald. He would report to Ops NCO, who's now Ken Parsons, and then the staff sergeant, who is Curtis McKinnon. And back, if we going back, that's at Bible Hill. Yeah, that's out of the Bible Hill detachment. If we're going back to, if we're going back to, back in April 2020, it was still Jarrett McDonald, Andy O'Brien, and Staff Sergeant Al Carroll. Okay, so these are, it's good to know the names, the players, right? So so that was the reporting structure. No conflict at all within that. Back then or to this day, treated very well by Jarrett, by Andy, and now Ken, and by Al Carroll, and now Curtis McKinnon. And that's the reporting structure and who was there and who's there now, I guess. I think now retired, Staff Sergeant Carroll. What would your typical shift schedule be in a calendar month, let's say? And back prior to the events happening, what would you, so I work Monday to Friday, essentially. Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. I work a modified schedule, I guess, which is I get every other Friday off. It's still a Monday to Friday, but I work a 9-hour day instead of an 8-hour day, and I end up with every other Friday off. So I believe that's the way it was back then, and it is to this day. So so the schedule that I work, Dave works, and Josh works. I can't get the feel. I'm getting a feeling he's not there just by the way he speaks. I know that there's been some rumors about certain things, but unconfirmed. Jarrett with some family, with kids and whatnot. He works primarily Monday to Friday, 8 till 4. Curtis, the staff sergeant, and Ken, they work Monday to Friday as well. Typically, somewhere in that 8 to 4 range. So that's typically what the schedule is and was. Speaking present tense. And if you're required to work, required on a weekend to work for whatever event, if there was an event, how would you get to kind of, I guess, notified in advance? So would you have advance warning? It depends, really. I mean, if it was, if we said we were going out to do surrounds on a drug target, because you're helping out, then you don't have to go. You volunteer to go if you want to. No pressure that you have to work on weekends, and then on, if it wasn't planned, it's as simple as the phone rings and it's, hey, we've got this happening now. Are you able to come in? So, I could probably count on one hand how many times I haven't went to work when the phone has rang. Inaudible. Also, sorry, one other note. Just watch the time on the side. The time stamps on these. sometimes there's gaps, I've noticed. It's, when you're in this plainclothes units, my opinion is there's a bit of an obligation, and not forced obligation, but I feel an obligation, you're there to assist the frontline members. And whenever that's writing, whether that's writing warrants or doing interviews or whatever the case may be, or even just more bodies on the scene for an unfolding event, then I think it's very important that we go in and do that. Yeah. So that would be, typically the phone would ring. If it was something that wasn't planned, then it was, are you able to come in? Or, sometimes it would be, if it wasn't super, super urgent, then it might be a text message or whatever might come out and say, need members tonight at 5 o'clock, anybody available? So it could be anywhere in that kind of form that you could be asked to go to work. Maybe this WhatsApps and groups and they have that, right? I don't do any type of on-call in my GIS position, General Investigative. I am on call for ground search and rescue. If it was to kind of guess, roughly 1 week a month, we take on call for a full week. But that's on call. But that on call is, I might get called out to search 5 times a year. Like, it's not something that it's super busy. Typically, I find it's better now, but in the past, it was typically your hunting season. Hunters would go missing. We always used to call that our bread and butter. When you get called out to these missing hunters. And I think maybe with the evolution of cell phones and, even aging generation is carrying cell phones now, you see a lot less of that. And that's the only on-call I really do on ground search and rescue. And it's roughly a week, a month, and rarely would you get called out for that. So I guess people's cell phones work, but sometimes. When you and Dave get called out from perhaps your boss, how does that work? How does he call you? Is it your cell phone? An issued cell phone? Or I have both. Oh, company phone and personal phone. GPS. But to be honest, totally honest, my work phone is forwarded to my personal phone. Interesting. Okay. I usually carry both, but I prefer using my personal phone. I wonder if you were to subpoena records, how that applies. Can't ATIP it. If someone from work is calling me, 98% of the time, it's my personal phone. Is that company policy? And personal cell phone. To be honest, my work phone is primarily used for talking with sources or checking any emails or things like that. Yeah, and that's just a personal choice. Interesting. I would think they would have a policy with respect to that. Yeah, I think if you were to ask, I know the feeling. Yeah, if you were to ask my partner, Dave, I think 90% of what he does is on his work phone. Yeah, So it's just a personal preference. I'm an Apple guy, and they don't give us those yet. Okay to phone. That would work. Paul Thompson. Fair enough. Before we get into the events of April 19th, what equipment do they use in the GIS office and the street crime unit as far as use of force equipment and any specialized equipment above what a uniformed officer would? Yes. Do you have any CEWs? Yes. Sorry, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, really, I can't say it's much different from what we get as a GD member. Yes, there is CEWs. There's the 40 millimeter launchers, but they're available to a GD member as it is to a plainclothes member. I guess the primary difference I would say is, I have a plainclothes holster. I have a plainclothes magazine case. And really, I don't think there's much different in the way of what we're issued. Are each officers assigned a CEW, or is it a unit? No. There's a number of them. You just go back to the equipment room. When you go in, grab one, sign it out. There was something about signing out weapons. Carbines may have been not signed out. And same with the shotgun, CEW carbine, 40 millimeter, the roadside breathalyzers. Like they're all in the equipment room. All there in the equipment room. And when you would start your shift as a GD member, for example, you go in, you'd sign out all of your items. As a plainclothes member, you're doing that far less because, to be honest, you're not on the road as often. So it's not like I come in first thing in the morning and I'm signing out a number of items. It's more if something's happening when you're at the office, you're running down and grabbing something on your way out the door. I'm guessing this is where the not signing out thing is going to come in. Grabbing whether it's a CEW or a carbine, you're grabbing that and you're signing it out. And away you go out the door. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but I don't think there's nothing jumps out to me that we're assigned differently. We all have a good day, Rage. Nothing jumps out at me that we're assigned differently. We all have our own hard body armor in this division, and we have for a number of years. Carbines is, just kind of grabbed one of them, ones that are there. So it's not, you don't have your own personal carbine or CEW. You kind of stop midway through there. Anything else that you want to discuss? No. Well, I guess we really want to get into your involvement now on the mass shooting or mass casualty events. Yeah. I have a copy of your notes. Love to see those. Love to see them all. If you want to refer to them, well, that's fair. You're allowed to do that in court. But just basically take it through to the best of your recollection of like when you got called out, where you were, and who you were with. And then, yeah, if you know, just help us paint a picture. There's the police officer's notes sometimes don't capture everything you did. Sure, yeah, sometimes they're written after the fact or typed. Sure, yeah. We know there's a lot that happens in an hour, let alone 11 hours. Yeah, whatever the case may be. Sure. So, yeah, just, or do you want a break now? Yeah, no, I'm good to go for a little while. Yeah, and I may ask you, and Chris may ask you some questions. Just to clarify, there's nothing here to absolutely. I've just got to pull out a copy of the first day. As I said, I haven't told the story in any type of formal setting. For sure. And I definitely don't tell it in informal settings, really. So maybe, yeah, I don't mind if there's any questions to clarify things. That's for sure. I would have thought he would have gotten debriefed or possibly interviewed by CERT. Interesting. So, but yeah, so kind of going back to that time, was called out at 3 a.m. roughly. I think I was at the office at 3 a.m. So it was probably slightly before 3 a.m. I think that I received a call on my cell phone. I'm guessing that's his personal cell phone. And it was from Corporal McDonald, advising that there was an incident in the Portapique area. And from what I remember, I think he said there wasn't a lot of info. But from what I can remember from talking with Jarrett, there might have been, he was talking about maybe something like 5 people were deceased or something like that. 3 a.m. they knew this. Okay. Sorry, don't mind me muttering to myself. Continue. So obviously that gets your attention pretty quick. And in any community, but we're talking East Coast, we're talking rural Nova Scotia, small community, not, in a big city area. So I'm familiar with the area to a certain degree. Like, I can't say I was ever down the Portapique Beach Road or anything like that, but I'm familiar with where it is. I could drive there no problem. I could get, and I could at the time. So it was a shock to hear something like that. Oh, spelling AI is dumb. To hear something like that was going on in the area. I know that to be roughly a half-hour drive from the detachment. So yeah, just kind of give an idea of where it's at. So I quickly got up, started grabbing my, just getting ready, I guess. I did not wear a uniform. I wore regular plain clothes. And because at that point, I don't believe I was aware that the person was outstanding at the time. Possibly he will get changed. into a uniform, because I believe Onslow shows uniform, but I'm not sure. I kind of, when I get called, it's typically my role as a plainclothes investigator. And I think I kind of thought that's what it was. But I thought there might be a little more to it. So I know that, I didn't wear dress clothes by any means, but I wore like 5'11" blue tack pants. I forget what shirt I wore for a shirt, but I wore my duty boots. And I went straight to Bible Hill Detachment. When I got there, Dave Melanson was already there just ahead of me. We talked very briefly. I think we both knew that it was a very serious situation, probably something that we had never kind of dealt with before in terms of the amount of people that were deceased. I think it was around 5 at that point, is what they said. And, buildings burning and things like that. So we knew those very little details. But yeah, so we kind of went in and started getting our gear together. And when I say getting it together, it didn't take long. It was just grabbed our soft body armor and grabbed our hard body armor, wore our soft body armor out the door, carrying our hard body armor in there in its case. We just grabbed a carbine. Dave grabbed a portable. Signing out. I didn't grab one. And going off memory, I'm pretty sure the reason was there's really only 2 reasons. It was like, well, Dave and I are going to be together. We probably only need 1 portable. But I was thinking ahead of the day shift. I didn't want to take all the portables, and somebody that needed a portable might not have one. So Dave had the portable, and the portable radio is what I mean by that. And we departed with our 2 carbines, our hard body armor, and just our regular plain clothes. So I guess Dave is wearing plain clothes as well. Not seeing anything about signing out. With our soft body armor on and our pistol and mags and handcuffs, and out the door we went. We were driving. It was a Nissan Altima that we've had quite a while in the unit. It was an unmarked car. It has flashing lights and a siren in it, a visor light that you could put down for red and blues. The wig-wags would be on the headlights and in the rear. So we took off. And we took off. Dave was driving. We took off for Port-a-Pic. Is it Levi's 505? I don't know. Maybe it's Levi's, not. No, Felix wouldn't have interviewed him. Felix doesn't interview. I don't remember much of our conversation. I just know we didn't talk a lot because we were more listening to the radio, trying to get a gauge on what was going on. Okay, so they're definitely in tune. Heard somewhere that people weren't listening. And I also believe that I called OCC to log us in because I didn't want to tie up radio time in the 2 or 3 minutes that it would take to log members in over the radio. I don't know if this has to do with the mobile workstation. There's no computer in our car. Oh. In unmarked cars, yeah, there's no computers. There's no access to the updates the members would get on a computer or the ability to log in through the computer. So I called OCC directly to log us in to free up the air, and we went straight down, and I may have talked over the radio, but it may have been over the phone to Staff Sergeant Carroll, just to say, where do you want us? Okay, so there's sounding like he's not going to have a record of logging in, and trying to possibly say no GPS, but he's got his company phone and his personal phone. And so does Dave Melanson. And he said, come to the command post, which was at Great Village Fire Hall. And so that's what we did. We drove and we went straight down to the fire hall. I believe we went upstairs and talked to Staff Carroll and Sergeant Halliday. I think Jeff West was there. There was a number of people in there, basically just to see what we were needed for, what our tasking was. So we were tasked originally with driving down to get some exhibits, the clothes from the kids. Chris Grund, who had been at the hospital with the kids, he had seized the clothing from the kids. My memory is not too bad. And also, I don't know if we brought a shotgun to somebody or we took a shotgun from one member to another. I just remember I think we brought a shotgun to Vicky Colford. Anyway, we met with Chris Rund. We also went to another location where Travis Dow was. And I think that part with Travis Dow was something to do with the shotgun with Vicky. I just vaguely remember doing that. But anyway, the primary function really was to go down and get these exhibits from Chris Grund, which we did. We put them in the trunk of our car, chain of command or chain of evidence. And I think at that point we headed back to, we were on scene at the end of Portapique Beach Road for, I'll say, maybe 15 minutes or so, just kind of checking on people, making sure everything was okay, and they were okay. Okay. Just to interrupt you, yeah. Can you give the approximate timeline, Terry, of when that happened? When you went to Portapique Beach Road, just kind of, if you know. I really can't. Okay. I know, like, as best as I can tell you, it was after 3 a.m. GPS logs. Okay. I want to say, so clearly the MCC hasn't pulled logs. I want to say that on the way back, it was just starting to get daylight. I think on the way down to Portapique Beach Road, it was still dark. And it was on the way back it was maybe coming on dawn a bit. So there you go. You can kind of time it out a little bit, 15 minutes before dawn, roughly. And, you know, Dave and I were very aware, very alert to, I remember I was constantly scanning for anybody that I could see in a field that might be running from a scene. Very alert, watching. I have no idea at this point if this guy was alive or dead. So yeah, just watching and trying to see if anything was suspicious. Saw a vehicle anywhere. At that point, we had no idea it was a police car that was involved. No idea what this guy was driving. Do you think he knew what? I thought I'd read. People knew. I think they knew. Emails were going out. They had them on the wall, didn't they? At the fire hall. So yeah, we go back to the fire hall. When we get to the fire hall, we talk with, again, I remember Al Carroll being there. I remember Addie McCallum being there. I remember Steve Halliday, Jeff West, these guys. And they tasked us with, like, at this point, there's no major crime investigators. There's no investigators, period, there. Everybody's dealing with containment and whatnot. So Dave and I were the only two tasked investigators at this point. Our assignments included and I forgot how they knew it was Wortman at this point, but we were told who it was that we were looking for, that the suspect was. But I was tasked out with reaching out to his family in Moncton. I called his father and spoke to him on the phone. And I didn't give him a lot of details because I didn't really know a lot of details either. But, you know, I told him we had concerns that his life may be in danger. Why? Did you call anybody else in this family? We had no idea if this guy had already left the province or maybe was heading towards Moncton. I advised him that we had Kodiak regional police member that was going to his residence, that we wanted to evacuate him and get out of there in the chance that he was in danger, because there was an indication that he had a poor relationship with his father. From where? Oh, this stuff is getting interesting. Where? So I talked with him on the phone because Lisa hasn't come into the picture. I think in the beginning, he was a little bit, he didn't really want to go. He didn't understand, maybe totally. And I just don't remember the details that I had or that I gave him at the time exactly about what was unfolding. You know, we believed that his son was involved in an incident in the Portapique area and that we were fearful for some type of Wow. We were fearful for some type of, I don't know if retaliation is the right word, but action against his father. I'm not saying it's from any report or anything. So that took some time. I had called with him. I had texted with him. Yeah. And I had to talk, I believe, with the Kodiak member about going there. So it was kind of one of those early tasks that I had. Another was I was on the phone with the Department of Transportation trying to figure out if their highway cameras recorded or just did photos or what. If it was something we could do, we could back to see if a vehicle had been through a certain area, but you don't know what kind of car. I guess maybe just something else. Maybe with a Canadian sticker. I did get in touch with somebody there, and they told me no, they were just live cams. That's all they were. We couldn't get any additional data from them. So the idea there was obviously to see if we could see a vehicle of interest leaving the area. What vehicle of interest? So yeah, so there was just some tasks like that. And I'm sure there was more tasks that I'm forgetting, but we were busy. I think we were fielding some phone calls from some people that lived in the Portapique area, like the Portapique beach area, and following up with those people. I remember talking to, I don't want to mess this up, but I think it was a German type guy. He had an accent that I talked to him for a bit. I think he just had questions about what was going on, and really don't remember what those conversations were about. Well, that would be Bjorn. Why? Oh boy, there's a lot here if you look through. If you just look a little bit deeper. And then I guess what really pops out to me next is the kind of thing that got everybody's attention. Was that Lisa Banfield had emerged from the woods and ran to Leon Jowdry's residence. And Lisa Banfield was the spouse of Gabriel Workman. So that caught everybody's attention, obviously. At this point, I can't speak for everybody else. I believe she was likely deceased. I guess maybe they pulled tax records or something. Somebody told them. Oh, maybe somebody told them. He had killed multiple other people, and I just kind of figured out she was probably one of the first people killed. So that was a shock to hear that she was alive. They tasked me with interviewing her when she got back to the fire hall. Who's they? Who tasked? Through that, through the radio communications and whatnot, I learned that she was injured, quite distraught, that she'd been hiding in the woods all night. Okay. She was injured. Did that come out on the phone call? Maybe this is after the pickup. There was some indication that she was handcuffed. So at that point, yeah, I just started preparing, I guess mentally, just how this interview was going to go. Did that get discussed? If so, when? Prior to the interview? So at that point, yeah, I just kind of started preparing, I guess, mentally, just how this interview was going to go, kind of balancing the fact that at this point, I had no idea any information about this lady, or even in the back of my head, wondering if she's somehow involved with this. That would be the natural assumption. The first suspect. Why is she alive and all of these people dead? How many people by this point? So really, a lot of things go through your head at that point. Wondering about, yeah, if she's involved. Taking into consideration that she's distraught. She's injured. Whew. Ooh. She may have seen people murdered. And you know, obviously, the million-dollar question was, where is he? Did he harm himself? Is he already deceased? You know, trying to figure out if this is still an active threat, or where are we? I'm wondering if that's how the interview, wherever that takes place, panned out. Or was it more just kind of dear, dear? Oh dear. Not, were you involved? Sarcasm. Heavy. So after some time, Ert extracted her. Okay, so now we know that this must have been informed on the phone. And EMRT, who is Dwayne Ivani. He's a friend of mine. He was involved in bringing her back. It wasn't the TAV that brought her back. That brought back. I forget vehicle brought her back to the fire hall, but I asked Dwayne to make sure I was notified. As soon as she was there, and as soon as I could have access to her, I guess, she was, I think, kind of initially assessed by EMRT. And then she ended up in an ambulance. And that was in the fire hall, the Great Village, or in the parking lot of the fire hall. Don't mind me. Sorry. I'm slow, but I'm piecing all kinds of stuff together in my head. So she was in the back of the ambulance, and I wanted to give her a few minutes kind of for their initial assessment, just kind of respecting that this lady had probably been through a lot as well. But I knocked on the door, and I was let inside the ambulance. She was laying on a stretcher. Her head would have been kind of towards the front of the ambulance. Her feet towards the back door, and I sat in a chair that was kind of behind her originally. Again, more observing originally, just kind of allowing EHS workers to do their thing and make sure that she was tended to. Eventually, I kind of moved to the seat beside her. I introduced myself, and we started talking. I'm sure there's a transcript, obviously, of the interview. Yeah, there is, yes. But not being able to regurgitate everything, the things that stand out in the interview to me was that she was in a lot of pain, and I knew she needed to go to the hospital. And I wasn't sure if it was not superficial injuries. I wasn't sure if it was not superficial injuries. But, was seriously injured and needed to go to the hospital right away. Or could I have a bit of time with her before she left? So trying to balance out in my head is, trying to get as much info from her as can be without her holding her up to get medical attention. There's people absent in this interview. It's leaving people out so far that I'm seeing. But there are a lot of people there in the back of an ambulance. Clown car. So they were great. The EHS team was great. They allowed me to talk to her while they worked on her. And again, the kind of things that really stand out for me from that interview is that she described what happened that night, and she described that they were having some drinks around a campfire. Campfire. That she was having a FaceTime conversation with friends down in the US, and she made a comment to a friend about I think whether that specific day or right around that time was her 19th anniversary with Wortman. They weren't married, but they were together for like 19 years. And she made a comment along the line, next year, we've got to do something big for 20 years. Still not getting why he would be getting angry at her and innocent people. Illogical. And her friend made a comment about that being a bad idea, and that, from what I gather, essentially kind of a disparaging their relationship or disparaging Wortman, and that it kind of triggered things where she got up and she said, "I'm done." Oh. Something along those lines, and she kind of stormed away. Oh, so now it's a breakup. What? What? I thought it was him that said, "I'm done." Wasn't it? Hey, Tara. Sorry, I'm just gonna just glance over here at your comments. Handcuffs again. Thought it was duct tape, and it was found. No, the handcuffs were scrubbed with WD-40. But they were searching the woods for them, too. That would be good. Yeah, obviously. Darcy and P can answer as their own camera. But there's all kinds of cameras. Who was instructed? But they're saying that there's not any tape of that. Who was instructed to be in there and wait and not wait for the medics to finish? Who had instructed him? Yes. Who tasked him? And others. Et al., as they would say in Latin. Right? Because there are a lot of people in the ambulance. A lot of people. I thought it was him stating that he was done in her statement. Yeah, that's what I read. That's what I read. Maybe it's just because the logic is faltering. And she said she got about halfway back to, and I can't remember if they're which location. I think they were at the loft, and she started going back to, she started going back to the residence, I guess. She got about halfway back, and then she realized, I'm overreacting. I don't know if that's the right word, but along those lines. And she said, I shouldn't be taking this out on Gabe because he didn't do anything wrong. I'm having, maybe I'm just going too slow, but I'm having a tough time following the logic. The friend says something disparaging. Then Lisa decides we've got to do something big for 20 years. But she decides that she's done. Logic problems, big time. Differing than the statements in the ITO. I'll have to go back and review the interview with Lisa Banfield, because I don't think I heard anything about breaking up. Did you guys? Did I miss that? I think I missed that. Because he didn't do anything wrong. I shouldn't be taking it out. Sounds a very battered woman. So she turns around and goes to head back. And while she's on her way back, she runs into him. And I think, maybe again I have the locations mixed up at which place they were at, because I think when she turns around to go back and she's getting back, maybe Wortman was coming out of the house at that point. and it was already lit on fire. And he grabbed her. I thought they were at the warehouse, and kind of told her to go to the, I call it the loft. Oh, this is quite different. And while she was there, I don't know if he had, I believe, so he was at home. What's going on here? He's at home? How can he be at two places at the same time? And while she was there, I don't know if he had, I believe he had a firearm in his hand at one point, because at one point she tried to run and she got away and he ran after her. And when he ran, she described to me, she fell down and he came along and almost essentially jumped on her and drove his knee into her back and really injured her. Where's the stuff at the house and the naked in bed and blah, blah, blah? Wow. At the campfire? Oh boy. Yeah, there you go. Just looked over at the screen. Sorry. I get engrossed. Oh. Yeah, but that's kind of a big thing to leave out. No? I'm hearing a very different story. Maybe. Let's just keep going. So I think at that point he grabs her by the hair and he's kind of dragging her, telling her to get up and go. And they go back to the garage or the loft and he throws her on the floor. He tells her she's going to do something and she says no. What would that be? And he throws her to the floor, and she said he fired 2 rounds off with his handgun into the floor, and he forced her to get back into the back of a car. Well, this is going to go into my Lisa video. And I don't know if she used the term police car at that point, but she said the car, and she said then he went inside. And I was a little confused. Like, well, what did you do? So the car is outside now? Don't worry, Mr. Brown. I'm confused. So she said that she tried to get out, but the doors were locked. And I thought, okay, well, there was clearly some mention of a police vehicle. And I thought in my head, I'm thinking that it's, we see these all the time, a white Ford Taurus or years ago, a white Crown Vic, that the police sold at an auction. Yeah, they're also taxis and all kinds of other shit. Sometimes it might have had a sticker on the bumper, like the stripes or something like that, and people would refer to them as like a police vehicle, even though there's no decals on it or anything. But then it's just a white car. in my head, that's kind of where I'm at this point as we're talking. And I thought, okay, he must have disabled the door handles, and she can't get out. I believe actually police cars do have that, even auction ones. It's disabled. Maybe they fixed them now. I don't know. So somebody else mentioned the police car, but he didn't know about it before, and she didn't mention it. So then it evolved to, she said that she had to climb through the small partition between the front seat and the back seat, which I would refer to as the silent patrolman. She said she had to climb through there, and that struck me as really odd. Even decommissioned police cruisers don't have silent patrolmen left in them. So I questioned her on that, and I said, there's a partition. This is why destroying white cars is kind of dumb. She said, yes. Like, did he build it? Did he buy it like that? And I'm quite sure she said he built it. And yeah, she said that she had to crawl through, and there was a number of guns on the seat. So he went inside and took a whole bunch of guns from outside to the car. Point of view. How could she see that? How could she see him going up the stairs? Maybe now this makes sense as to the burning vehicles. She described, I think, 4, maybe 5 guns to me. And they were everything, I think, from a couple of handguns to a couple of long guns with laser dot sighting. Oh, all right. Well, the wrong order, but okay. Mismatch. So really, obviously, that really, raised, not that it was wasn't a very serious situation, but typically members of the public don't have access to those types of firearms or those types of laser dots or scopes or whatever the case may be. That's not a typical thing. And with myself having being a police in rural Nova Scotia for several years, the majority of what we deal with in rural Nova Scotia would be shotguns and rifles, that a lot of people have those. So anyways, that caught my attention. Oh, lasers, always. Lasers, people like lasers. May have been hit by a car, or may have been hit by a car. But it's a laser. Leveled as laser. What type of gun was that again? And she said she crawled through and she jumped out the driver's side door. Was it passenger? And she ran into the woods. And she said that he went inside the house and upstairs. I'm guessing he's meaning the warehouse. And how would she see that outside? Being, how can you see through walls? Point of view. And when I asked her to talk about the car a little more, she described it as, it's a police car. It looks like your guy's police car. I do remember that line. And I said, okay, so what do you mean? It's like a Ford Taurus? She's like, yeah. It took a couple of times of explaining before I got out of her that it had decals, it had stripes, it had lights. And I remember when this finally got flushed out, and when I say finally, we're talking 25 minute long statement in total, even including after she told me this. But anyway, so I remember, and I guess I should have said that my partner, Dave Mellison, was in the front seat of the ambulance. Beep. Beep. What about the unknown males? There's a pass-through window, and he was listening in on the interview. I do believe he spoke. And I remember looking at Dave when it finally became clear, like, this is a fake police car this guy has built. And of course, in your head, you're thinking, did he paint these decals on? Like, how bastardized, I guess, is the police car, or is it very authentic? So they're totally in the dark. Never knew anything about a police car. Nothing. Until maybe the fixed logs. I'm not sure. Possibly. But anyways, regardless, it came out that she says, quote, it looks identical to your guys' police cars if you park them side by side, end quote. And that's what really got my attention when she said there was lights on it, because I never expected her to say there was going to be lights on the roof and things like that. And I looked at Dave, who was in the front seat, and I told him, go, quote, go, like, get out of the ambulance and go tell the command team. Because at that point, it changed everything at that moment for me. Excuse me? So they didn't know. They had no idea until the interview, whenever that might be. Because it's shaky, trust me, when she's in the ambulance. It went from feeling like he's likely in there, maybe he killed himself, obviously you're doing everything you can to locate him and make sure he hasn't escaped the area, but in your gut he's probably in there. I've always asked, what happened? I've never gotten an answer. Please comment, as always. Anything, please comment. Any help, ideas? What made them think that it went from, as Dion said, and others said, that it went from he's probably dead to suddenly Twitter's going alive prior to anything happening up on Hunter Road? What happened? How would they know that he had escaped? Quote, quote. You don't just go from, he committed suicide, but possibly he died in a fire, to tweeting that he's out and he's alive. Do you? Unless you have knowledge. Maybe that's what he's inferring here. Maybe. Like, he drove out in front of people and they figured that out. Because at that point, everything changed. It went from me feeling like he's likely in there, maybe he killed himself, to now he's out. And how would Lisa know that? And so Dave left and went to the command team. I thought it was on the wall. Remember Dion? Remember Dion? It's on the wall. Jubilee, I believe, said it was on the wall. I don't remember when he said that he saw it. I think it was on the wall prior to this statement. Could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. In my head, I'm thinking like, quote, we've got a parking lot full of first responders police vehicles. And yeah, we got a guy outside, what I would call like standing sentry duty, guarding the parking lot. But man, like, you know, if somebody got pulled in a police car and hopped out, you wouldn't think anything about it. Even if they weren't in full uniform, what was it said at the hospital too? That was when he came out. Melanson. You tell him yourself. I don't want to interfere, says Carol. I think it was Carol. Could be wrong. One of the sergeants. Even if they weren't in full uniform, like at that point, you would still accept what you see. Like there's no reason we would, nobody's ever experienced anything like that before. I think he's speaking and saying something else. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Driving out? Picture, what time did Hubley say that was? Yeah, so the affidavit, Darren's affidavit. See, it's all just cross-referencing. Different people say different times. We have Mr. McDonald, according to Fifth Estate, at the hospital. So he went. He told them what was going on. I continued, this is Dave, I guess. But again, where's the uniform even coming from? Lisa didn't see him in a uniform. No. Orange vest, jeans. Now uniform. How did they know he changed? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've read a lot of statements, so this is why I'm just trying to save time for everybody. Correct me. That's why I point this shit out and mutter to myself in the background. He told them what was going on. I continued to talk to Lisa for a while longer. I still want to flush out because I know from the radio traffic, listening to guys, that there was a white Ford Taurus. I shouldn't say white. There was a Ford Taurus. And then maybe that they could see that it was white at some point in Wortman Yard that was burnt later in the morning. And at some point in the, what was it? At some point in the morning, early morning hours, it caught fire. Because that's what they do. And I kept going back to, okay, that's likely the vehicle. He burnt that vehicle. Okay, here's another one that I remember. They had ERT go in and check for lights on top of that car. So obviously they would have had prior knowledge. I don't think that came from the statement. I think that came before she emerged, or claims to have emerged, like Dion wisely says. Again, I don't want to put my words into his mouth, but that's what he said. Claims. But she said no. Quote, no, he threw gas on everything except that vehicle. And she said, quote, he put the guns into the front seat of that vehicle for a reason. He was using that vehicle for escape. So again, that was pretty chilling. Oh, that was her car at 200. Now the guns are going into the vehicle at 200, into an unmarked car with no lights on the roof. The one that just happened to catch fire. That's what it says, I think. I learned that he had multiple Ford Tauruses. I don't know if I knew that he had more than one at that point before the interview. I may have known that he had as many as like 3 or so, but I just don't remember of the details of how many. I don't know, but I may have known. Okay. So yeah. So that was very much, it really changed things for me at that moment. We now have a guy who's driving a police car. But weren't you checking at 10:12? Cumberland? All your cars? You just did that for shits and giggles, right? No. Yep. Take it, please. I don't just read these statements for no point at all and dream this fucking nightmare. Take it. Double check it. We now have a guy who's driving a real police car, likely has better guns with scopes and better laser dots than we do. By the sounds of it, the handguns at very least. I mean, we've got carbines that you may or may not sign out. But like, yeah, he's got high-powered pistols and high-powered rifles and assault rifles. She explained like a machine gun type firearm. So, yeah, at that point, we kind of don't know where he is. And based on what she's saying, she poured gas on every other vehicle except one. Excuse me? Oh. 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 So that kind of changed the game right there. It does have sick. Something is missing. Or they're saying it's a spelling error, sorry. Maybe it meant he. She, he. He. I asked her for a description of what he was wearing. She described him as, I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, it was blue jeans or black pants, I believe. He was wearing an orange vest. I can't remember all the details of the clothing, but you know that he was wearing a uniform. But all the details of the clothing, I mean, obviously, the orange vest, he was wearing an orange vest. And last time she saw him. So this is the fire hall orange. What are you doing? What are you doing? The orange. The orange vest. Onslow. Explanation. She said, but how do we get from that to a police uniform? I'm still waiting. Because it certainly sounds like he's wearing jeans or 505 tack pants. Not uniform. Not hearing uniform. Not hearing uniform. It's all there. She said that he went into the house while she was locked in the back of the car. Again, outside. I don't know if she thought he was getting changed or if she thought he was getting more firearms or ammunition, but she saw that. I'm not sure because I don't remember her saying anything about having access to an RCMP uniform. So, where did you get the uniform from again? Because you just said it a little while ago. Oh. So, yeah, that's kind of how the interview ended. If I remember correctly, was kind of, we got to the end of that. I had a description of a vehicle, the firearms, what he was wearing. And another thing that stood out to me is that she had no idea that the people had been killed at this point. At least that's what she told me. She said she heard gunshots throughout the night. So why is she not a suspect again? Dear, honey, she said she heard gunshots throughout the night. She didn't. I think she said she couldn't remember if there was if that was gunshots or things exploding. But she hadn't seen anybody get shot, seen any bodies, or anything of that sort. And she didn't ask me if he was alive. I'm quite sure. I don't think I had an answer for her. And she did ask me if he was alive. Did. I don't think I had an answer for her. I think I told her that I don't know. But I didn't tell her anything about the other people that were deceased because, again, I didn't know her state. Probably not helpful to get into those details with her in the back of an ambulance. So we ended the interview and they took her to the hospital. My memory does. I'm very fallible. But did she ask during that interview? About other people? I thought she did, but I could be wrong. That's a fake photo. Indo photo. Proved it. Now, so yeah, might as well take a break. Well, you said a lot. I'd take a break too. You want to take a break? Yeah, let's take a break. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's 11:22 upon recessing 11:22 a.m. on the 22nd, is it not? 2022. We're still continuing with part 1 of 4, MP3. Oh boy, I got a lot to go. March 22nd. Part 1 of 4. Okay, grab a coffee. This one's going to be a long one. I'm just going to be like, yeah, 1 to 2 minutes tops. Eat fish for brain power? Nosy. She's all hyped up. Crack or something. What are you doing, little dog? Yeah, they tasked EHS to look at the car. So, for the lights. House? Warehouse? Where are you? Ooh. Car's burning up. That's how we knew he was alive, because we spoke to her in the clown car. Okay. We got people back here. Great scream with Cage. Oh, it was good. It was good. Thank you. Thank you, Grandma. Hello. Eating food for fish for brain food. Eat fish? Is that what I need? I always know I'm lacking. this is the interview supposedly, because he said that's where it ended. In the bus, the clown car, with lots of people in it. Unknowns, of course. Of course, they're unknowns. Howdy, Tara. Wouldn't. Maybe if Brown had told her that murder's night, if she was made aware he was shooting people dead, in a sense of urgency would have prompted her to give better details of his description. Well, even if you don't look at anything here at all, you don't know the story at all you have to do is look at simple common knowledge, simple logic. He says it too. Was she involved? Was that the way that it was ever treated? Or did the war machine in Ottawa get all of their shit fired up right away? She told Ben McLeod when she came out of the woods and he checked her over before getting into the tab that Wortman had left. I like the disheveled. I can't really describe. I don't know. She was just the worst I'd ever seen. I'm not gonna say that. I'm going to say I'm reading the words. That's what I'm reading. That's it. Green bastard. Are you back again? Well, it looks like we've got, my math might not be great, about 68% left to go. Some of it probably speeds up, but there's quite a bit there. Now I'm beginning to know why his statement didn't come out. After she left the campfire. That's interesting. Remember the campfire at the beginning of all of this? Campfire. I've heard campfire maybe elsewhere. Hello, Cheryl. Send love to Tara and families. Please, whatever you guys do, I don't know what, everybody believes in. Everybody believes their own thing, but send whatever it is down there. Or if you're there, over there. Cindy's in here. Howdy, Cindy. Oh, there's notebooks. Everybody's got them. Sometimes they seem to be writing them after the fact. Hey, Linda. Peter. Good to have you on board. Okay. Grandma. Ms. Grandma. Ms. I won't ask. I love grandmas. Just say up yours. Howdy. Leon said she was clean and had fresh makeup. Very disheveled. The worst he'd ever seen, I think. Wasn't it? but couldn't describe that in any way, shape, or form. There you go. Yeah, Truth's got it. I'm very anal. Very. But devil's always in the details. Look in the corner of things, clips, words. All right, let's get going here. I am here. Good. Assumptions are amazing. He had killed himself. Lisa looked out suspicious, weird. You couldn't think of a better handle. You're old? No. Ma'am, you're wise. That's what you are. One day I aspire to be too. Okay. Grandmas are awesome. How much knowledge they impart to us all, grandmas and granddads. So lucky. Hug your grandma and your granddad if they're still around. Okay, just to commence the interview, it's 11:42, 20-minute break with Terry Brown. Terry, I'll let you carry on where you left off about your shift on the 19th. Let's see if he ends up down at the big stop. Sure. Or Halifax, blue on blue. So we left off getting out of the ambulance with Lisa Banfield, and she left to go to the hospital. At the hospital? Where? She left to go to the hospital. How did she get to the hospital? In the same ambulance? I'm presuming. I guess the logs will be reflective of that, right? I immediately went inside, and I think I went upstairs to the command post and briefed I'll say the command team. As I've said before, it consisted of like Al Carroll, Steve Halliday, and I believe was the CIC. No, Jeff West was the CIC. Steve Halliday, I believe, was in charge. Addie McCallum was there, and a number of other people. There was ERT members. There was the dog member. I guess at this point, Dion's feeling very uncomfortable and sitting outside. I think Hubley is in there. So I saw a number of people, but I briefed the command team itself on the details of the interview, obviously stressing the police car thing because they didn't know about it. They didn't have it on the wall. Nobody knew. Not from the phone call at 10:01. Not from the checking of Cumberland. No. We just learned of it now. The firearms that were located on the seat, was that at the house in your car, or was that at the warehouse, which was outside, which is sometimes inside, which you can see through walls, and the description of clothing of what he was wearing suddenly turned into a police uniform, according to Brown. So, after he phoned Mr. Wardman to warn him, based on what knowledge? So the fact that he burned or poured gas. Okay, so maybe it was a transcription error. Transcription, that Trent software. On all the vehicles, but not on the police car, which I believe was an important item. Poured gas or burnt, because the cabin, whatever you want to call it, log home, which just gets leveled, of course, like fires do, that all the time. Well, it caught fire later in the morning sometime. So while I was doing that, Addie came to me and he showed me on his phone a picture of a car that Lisa Banfield's, I believed it was her sister who had sent it to Addie. So only now, just miracle of all miracles. Everybody just learns of the car at differing times. Or sorry, at the same time, different people. I mean, I could have fell over when I saw that. I could not believe how accurate it was with tuning forks, don't you know? Not included. It was a police car. Anchoring back to interview with Mike on the 23rd. I believe I will be vindicated on this one. There was no confusing. You know, it was, if they were parked in a parking lot, I could have easily walked up that car and got into that one instead of the one that I drove there, if it was a marked car. Have you literally verbatim heard me say that? Because I have been told that by members. So, and what really stood out for me, as I said earlier, I worked in Cumberland County where they were checking all the cars at 10:12. So speedy. Because I didn't know. As I said earlier, I worked in Cumberland County. We all have numbered call signs, and all of our cars correspond to where you work. And the number 28 Bravo 11, I believe the reason that it stood out 28, the call sign for Oxford Detachment, which is in Cumberland County. And yeah, maybe that's why they were checking at 10:12. Brian Rehill. Read it here before for you guys several times. And yeah, it stood out to me. And now it said 28 Bravo 11. And I knew Oxford only had like 4 cars. So that didn't go up too high or that high. But I don't know. That just really stuck out to me, I guess. I thought about why 28? Why was it in Oxford numbers, or the reason behind that? So anyway, I had Addie send that to me because I wanted it. And just on the picture, if I remember correctly, it's the vehicle parked in the garage. The photo is taken kind of from the back passenger quarter side panel direction. So you're kind of looking at it on a side angle. Yeah, I only say that because I know that it's been brought up here that there was a push bar. Well, I think it was brought up somewhere first on the car. Not meaning laying claim, just saying over here was brought up. All these things are going to be good to go back and find one day. I don't remember seeing that in the photo. I don't know if that's because the angle. It wasn't like when I saw the photo, it wasn't a photo from the front of the car where you could see the big push bar, or directly on the side where it stood out. At least that's how I remember it. But regardless, there was no mistaking it was a fully marked RCMP Ford Taurus. Okay, so built-in deniability. Oh, that car that was parked at the fire hall. Oh, didn't have a push bar. I didn't know. But regardless, there's no mistaking it was a fully marked RCMP Ford Taurus police car. So, you know, as much as I had already been told by this Lisa, told this by Lisa, in the back of the vehicle, you know, I think it just shows how unbelievable the situation was. In the back of the vehicle. Interesting. Say ambulance, but all right, whatever. We want to say vehicle now. Like it, you know, I know I'm not a 30-year police officer, but I'm also not a second-year police officer. I've been involved in a lot of things. I need some Tylenol. Never have I heard or seen anybody having a replica police car. So just to see it, even after being told this, it kind of rocked you. Like, yeah, I don't know how to say it. It was really unsettling. I'll be honest, I felt like he was not in there. That car was not burned. Oh, so now we've got feelings. Uh-oh. I felt like there was stuff in a field. So now we don't have confirmation, even though the ERT team had already clarified that, I believe, on their task sheet. Anyway, we could not give them any observations or information, but it was because I felt, you know, if this guy put that much work into his car, I feel like he's out there somewhere. And I was, you know, obviously worried about the public, but was also worried for my coworkers. So, you know, it's just scary to think that this guy is going to be able to pull up to any detachment and probably almost be able to be let in the door with his orange vest, just based on the fact that he was driving a police car in the orange vest. They may, you know, may challenge him, may not. I don't know. You don't have to be sorry. Family members texting, you don't have to be sorry. Today is not the day to be worrying about streaming. But happy you can join. But it just kind of rocked me that he had a car he had that car and how accurate it was. As I said earlier, I don't know if it was kind of painted on markings or what it was. It was so accurate that it really, really bothered me. Looked like spray paint to me. So I had, after I was done briefing the command team upstairs, because they didn't know until you told them, well, at the same time, I guess they were getting the photo. Whatever. I had been in contact with Major Crime throughout the morning leading up to the interview with Lisa Banfield when you were tasked with that by somebody. I don't know who. And just kind of trying to keep them in the loop. But there was so much happening so quickly, like there was so much information on the radio, in-person interviews, phone calls with his father, texts. Like, it was so hard. it was hard to stay on top of everything, even taking notes. Okay, so now we've got the I don't have notes thing right there. Watch for it. People build things in. Not saying that that's not true, but if you were to tell, say, a fib, you might kind of build things in, right? Not saying that he is. Not saying. You know, to try to make sure that you had everything straight. It was hard to stay on top of things to, try to make sure that you had everything straight, but you couldn't share anything. And I remember I talked to Jerry Rose Bertha. I always mispronounce his last name. Berthium from MCU, and I told him, I said, quote, I think MCU needs to have somebody here. Because he was asking me to relay information to him. Maybe it was Jerry who was tasking him. Which was great. I was trying to do my best. But it got to the point where there was just too much information. I couldn't possibly capture all the information without fearing that I was going to leave something out. So I don't know how many times I called him. I would call a number of times, and I did express to him, I expressed to him that he'd come to the scene, him and Angela McKay. Okay, so she's also a fairly important player. Both corporals in the MCU came to the scene after a period of time. Now he's calling him. Which phone is he using again? Is that his personal phone, his company phone, the one that doesn't have GPS? What's the name of the program? Berthium? What's the name of the program again? Celebrate. Just in case anybody is ever confused as to how much shit they can rip off a phone. It's insane. Don't give me any of this no GPS balls. It'll have all of anybody's special pictures on there. Let's put it that way. In your folders. Anything and everything. Any site you've ever been to. So what I can't remember if this was if this was Jerry that I was speaking to, but I think it was. I was talking to Major Crime Member. I'm pretty sure it was Jerry, and telling him that there's a survivor at the hospital. Okay, so I guess this is later. She would be in the ambulance. And that's where my head went. There's a guy that was shot last night. Is there a guy that was shot last night? And this is as the best I can explain it. You're drinking from a fire hose, like with all this information coming at you, and trying to make sure that you relay everything. Oh, my heart goes out to him. Try the mass casualty commission. Try digesting all that. Trying to remember thousands of hours of phone calls. Relay information. Hey. And I remember being told My heart goes out to him. And I remember being told that this guy was shot the night before. There was a guy that was shot the night before, but I believe that he was only shot in the arm. And what stood out was that Aaron Patton had the bullet that was in his arm. Well, Aaron Patton was the guy who had to go and check around about Cumberland cars missing. So I guess that got left out, even though it was on the radio. But I guess he spoke to him about the bullet, but Aaron Patton failed to relay about the fact that they were checking for a real police car at 10:12. Only shot in the arm. I guess not in the head, grazed. I don't remember. I don't know if he moved his arm, it came out, or what it was, but he recovered the bullet or shell casing or what. I don't know. Shell casing. Oh, that's awfully close range. Those Mexican jumping shell casings and disappearing bullets. Disappearing bullets? Like where? Anyways, but when I told them that, they had no idea. Like, there's a survivor? I said, yes, he's at the hospital. He needs to be interviewed. That's not what Fifth Estate said. He was already interviewed twice, I think. So those types of things, it's just, it was so dynamic. Everything was happening so quickly that I was just like, I just really felt like we needed more than just Dave and I on the scene trying to coordinate what was happening with the investigations. Oh. Incident commander stuff, I guess, is coming in. So then a short time later, I don't remember how much longer after Lisa's interview, but Leon Chowdhury, I don't know if he called first, but regardless, he showed up at the command post and I interviewed him. Bing. Somebody once said something about an encyclopedia. One day, maybe. If I interviewed him in the kitchen area of the fire hall. So I interviewed Leon, and I'll be honest, I don't remember much at all of that conversation. A few things stood out. He didn't get along with Gabe. I think he said that he was kind of a bit, I don't know if scared is the right word, but like to let her in, he was like, what's going on? He had some type of dispute with Wortman in the past. And yeah, so he gave me some details. And yeah, I finished the interview. And after that, again, a short time later, Jerry and Angela were on scene, and Steve Halliday, Al Carroll, maybe Addie, I don't know. But I was in the process of briefing them in the kitchen area. So I was really briefing the MCU to bring them fully up to speed on the Banfield interview and now the Chowdhury interview. Busy guy. Oh, but he's just going to get busier. Very busy, all over the place. Fishers, Onslow, big stuff. And again, the other guys were present listening as well. So I'm trying to pass on as much as I can. And while doing that over the radio, I remember the dispatcher saying, break, break, break. We got another shooting, or somebody was just shot or hit by a car in Wentworth. That was what was said. Hit by a car or hit by a car. Branna said the same thing. First officer on the scene. I think she was hit by a car, but I'll have to look closer. And yeah, and they said that it was a police car they saw leaving the scene. That's probably Branna. No, that's the 911. Branna says it later. So that was obviously, I mean, I knew right away that it was Wortman. Really? Really? That's a bit of a leap. What you know is a police car was seen and somebody was either shot or hit by a car. How do you know that it was Wortman? Do you definitively know? No. That calls for a conclusion. That's what they would say in law. I think I just said, can we go? Or we're going? Or something along those lines. Getting busy. And we ran out to our car, the Nissan Altima, color unknown, and immediately put on our hard body armor. Dave was driving. We hopped in, we drove, and we drove fast to get there. Wentworth, in relation to where we were, Great Village, is on the Highway 2. Wentworth is on Highway 4 to intersect Glenholm, Masstown area. It's more like Glenholm, I guess. And we weren't having much of a conversation. I remember Dave and I were saying, like, we might get this guy. And we knew that he was leaving Wentworth or Wentworth area and heading back to Colchester, coming to Cumberland. So I'll say towards like Masstown direction. And I remember thinking, okay, well, I thought you just were going to Lillian. But and we knew that he was leaving Wentworth, the Wentworth area, heading back towards Colchester, coming from Cumberland, so I'll say back towards Masstown direction. I remember thinking, like, we're going to be in position where we might be able to get this guy. So we're going fast. And while we're going, Rodney Peterson comes over the radio, corporal at Bible Hill Detachment, and he says, originally he said, I am on Highway 4, I think he said. I don't know if he said Masstown or Glenholm, and he said, I'll go towards Wentworth to the shooting. A short time later, I have no idea how long. Well, that's just to use to celebrate. And it was not, I don't feel like it was any more than 5 minutes. Not sure, but I don't know for sure. Rodney came over the radio and he said, I think I just passed him, or something along those lines. And then he clarified that he just passed a police car coming from Wentworth towards Masstown, and the driver had a fluorescent vest on and smiled at him or something. Oh, here it is. And he kind of smiled as he drove by. Meeting up at the Fishers now. And Rodney had kind of kept going and was going to turn around, because you need a long time to turn around. And by the time he got turned around, the vehicle was gone. So obviously, we're trying to clarify, like, where are you? And then that takes us to where Dave and I get to the intersection of Highway 2 and Highway 4. And we get to that intersection and we're like, which direction do we go from here? Where do we go here? Do we go left towards Wentworth Glenholm area or right towards Masstown? And I asked for clarification on the radio. And he was like, he said, towards Masstown. Okay, so I don't remember this in the logs, but I'm sure it's there. And I know in my head, Masstown is what really stuck out. We turned right to go down to Masstown. I remember there was like flaggers there. We had our flashing lights on. We went through. I remember we got to, there's a roundabout right by the Masstown market, and it's now sunny out. I know where that's going. Like, it's morning, and it's quite a nice morning. And we get to Masstown, the roundabout. We don't see a police car anywhere, and then we stop right in the middle of the roundabout. There's no traffic around. There's nothing. I don't know how you're going to Masstown, but okay. And I remember we stopped, and we had driven so fast to get there. I remember there was smoke coming off the car, and that it wasn't overheating or dying. It was just desperately wanted to get that guy. How long was it, Burrell said, until he was up there with Rodney Peterson? Pretty quick. So clarifying over the radio at the Fishers. So clarifying on the radio again, where is he? And then right around that time, another call came in that Wardman was at an address in Glenholm. So we took off again, back in that direction. Those Celebrate records are going to be great. And as we're going up, and I guess for clarification, the distance from the intersection of Highway 2 and 4 to Masstown Market, we were around about where we were is less than 5 kilometers, probably closer to 2 or 3 kilometers in that range anyway. It happens. Sheer coincidence to be right there. And so we took off back through the construction zone again. We're heading up around where that intersection is. We continue past Highway 2, continue past Highway 2, Highway 4, heading towards Glenholm, Wentworth. As we get there, there's a police car parked in the overpass on top of the highway. And we're driving towards him, and I said, Dave, like, stop. And he said, like, what? And I said, there's a police car right in front of us. And I remember Dave saying, like, I never even thought. Like, that's how crazy it was. Like, we know he's driving a police car. But, we're driving towards a police car. And, we're in a position where we could be, driving right into an ambush or whatever. True? But odds are heavily weighed against that. How many cars are there in Nova Scotia? RCMP cars on the road at that point in time? Not that I'm taking away. That would be scary. And I went over the radio. Dave stopped, say maybe 50 meters back, something like that. And I went over the radio asking for if there was a member, I think, or saying that we might, I think I said, we might have him in front of us, asking for clarification if there was a member on the overpass. And Rodney McDonald came over the radio and he said that it's me. It's Rodney. I'm just trying to figure out where the fuck we are, where the fuck he is. So he's in a marked police car. He's got a computer in his car. He's got the latest complaint dropped down to his computer, where he can kind of click and see the map to figure out where things are. So we had a civic address, but really at that point, we're not close to any civics to look at to compare. So we don't know how far up the Highway 4 we're going. True. As it turns out, it wasn't very far. It was a short distance, maybe a kilometer, something like that. So Rodney's right there. Brown and Melanson are right there. Okay. And so identified that it was Brown and Melanson behind him. And I think Corporal Peterson was now with us as well. And we continued. We drove up. We positioned ourselves in front of the driveway to the address 911 had come from, where Wortman was. What time was this again? Was it the 9:34 Fisher? We bailed out of our cars and we took up position with our carbines out at the front. And just for context, so this is very rural area, still a long driveway. The guy owns an excavation company, like heavy equipment and stuff. His driveway goes up and around the bend to where you're looking at from the road, and you see there's a house there, but you can't see behind it. Oh, knows what he does. And you can't really see where the driveway goes. Some trees, but there's also wide open areas. So yeah, we parked, and I remember we had a big field at our back, and the concern was, like, he could be in the field behind us. There was a tree line, obviously, at the back of the field. It was very much like a head on a swivel here. But we got to know where this guy is and what's going on. So was on the way. So it gives you time context, right? They weren't far from what I remember. I remember we were at the end of the driveway taking cover behind the engine block and, looking over with our carbines pointing towards the residence. And the ERT showed up in the tab. Use other people's GPS statements to place these things. They approached the residence. The TAV might have, and maybe one other vehicle went in. So members hopped off on foot, kind of flanked the tree area. I remember thinking, like, we got him. This is over. And then I don't know. We were there maybe like 10 minutes. And I remember again the break, blank, the break, blank. Take your time. Just want me to shut it off? Just take your time there, Terry. Have a drink if you want one. Need one, sorry. Let me shut it off. Okay. Blank. Thank you. Just take all the time you need, Terry. Really. Blank. That stands out because I've heard that several times that day. Break. And every time somebody was dead. Blank. So the dispatch came over and they said that somebody was just shot on Plains Road in Debert. Okay, so again, you can cross-reference and place times. And we knew that my partner even better than me knew. He's from the area. been in the area longer than me, but there's a road just up the ways, because you could take the highway to go to Debert, or you could take this back road. I say back road, it's just a secondary road. And so we were in our car quick. We're flying down Highway 4. There's an ERT vehicle in front of us. I remember it was bothering me because they were slower than us. No, they can't go very fast, that TAV thing. Well, it's okay because your car won't be smoking then. So while we're on the way, blank, there's members arriving. You know, I could hear Dwayne Ivani, who's the EMRT guy, who is your friend, right? And treating Lisa. I could hear him out on there, and he's originally asking for EHS, I believe, and then the whole thing, it was identified that there was actually 2 people shot. Is Dwayne Ivani asking for EHS? Do you guys remember? Yeah, banging. I don't know. Was it banging or knocking or ringing doorbells? Okay. There's a back road. Anybody remember if Ivani, I don't think it can go very fast, a TAV. Anyway, it's just interesting because I thought there was some issue with the asking for EMRT, or sorry, EHS and life flight. And as we're driving down the road, it's a bit of a distance. I'm going to say it's in the range of like 10 kilometers to get to Highway 4 and Plains Road, where they were shot. Something in that range anyway, 10, maybe even 15. This ERT truck's in front of us, and it's very clear that the members on scene with these victims. Was Ivani in the TAV also? No, maybe not. And so there's these members on scene, ERT's in front of us, and I'm not exactly sure if it was myself or Dave who said, "We don't need to go there. Let's go start looking." And we turned right, and there's a road that leads to the airport and to the arena. There's a small airport in Debert. I don't know the name of the road. But so we go down there, and we're thinking he may have taken off in this area, so let's go find him. So they're going down Ventura to the welding shop. Are they? We were riding. We got our carbines at our side. Like we came upon the arena. I remember we're just pulling out in the parking lot. It's empty, but we wanted to check behind the arena. It was kind of secluded, and we were thinking maybe he's hiding back there. I remember as we're driving, Dave's driving, and we're getting close. He's like, "Get your carbine up and get ready." Why? Because you feel like there's somebody hiding in a parking lot? How many parking lots are there? This is odd. And, you know, there's nothing there. So we clear the area and we continue down. I don't remember the name of the road. Anyway, it leads to Highway 2 Onslow. Okay, so you guys know the geography. There's an arena on Masstown Road. Oh, I'd be curious if there's video anywheres. Again, I'm not accusing them of anything. It just seems interesting that they seem to come up at a lot of scenes. Or it appears that they do. And I was, you know, there's nothing there. So we clear the area and we continue down. Don't remember that name of that road, of the road. Anyway, it leads to Highway 2 Onslow, blank. Blank, okay. And we're driving down there. I want to say we passed maybe another ERT vehicle coming up the road towards us. I think they were doing the same as us, just patrolling, looking for the guy. Okay, so again, you see, there's all these little ways that you can place times and things like that, right? Other GPS points. They don't want to give their GPS points, use other people's. So we kept driving. We came to Highway 2 and Onslow. I say Onslow. It might have been I don't know if that's the community we turned at. But anyway, we turned left onto the highway towards Onslow, and we're driving along, and I called my wife and I said, don't go outside, blank, because we have no idea where he was, blank. Well, I think they listed her first name at the beginning, so I'm not sure what this is, but anyway, just curious. Take a sec there, Terry. Blank. And then blank, Dave asked me to call his wife. I guess Dave's driving. Dave has his phone, doesn't he? He doesn't live all that far from there. And I remember I dialed the number and it was ringing. And as it was ringing, we come upon the fire hall. Blank. And there was a police car parked there in the parking lot. It was parked in a way that its back end was closest to the building. Its front end facing towards the highway, and it's perpendicular to us, so we can see it from the passenger side. And there's a guy standing out in front of it, and he's wearing blank. An orange vest, a yellow vest, an orange-yellow vest from 88 meters. Do you want to take a break there? No, it's all right. Okay, just take as much time as you need, Terry. Blank. So he's wearing an orange reflective vest. And I remember Dave saying to me, that's him. Where's those photos again? The reenactment photos? From 88 meters? Because you have to see it farther back than 88 meters to stop and start shooting at 88 meters. I didn't have to say it because I was thinking the same thing. Blank. I don't understand what's personal here. I really don't get what's personal. What's personal here? So we stopped the car in the middle of the road. Blank. And we both bailed out of the car. I think Dave might have tried the car radio. I'm not sure. His car radio first. But we both bailed out of the car to the trunk area to take cover. Okay, that's interesting. He calls it his car radio. His car radio. Isn't it your car radio too? Maybe it has two car radios. Hey, nosy Scotian. Masstown stretches across the Mayweather, hello. Mayweather. Money weather. Whatever, I'll get the shit sometime. Why would he be talking outside talking to somebody? Car radio or handheld radio? Well, he said car radio. I don't know. Maybe he's just nervous or whatever. You know, again, I'm just reading his words. I shouldn't be so. But honestly, like, if they just want to clear this up, just do it. And then nobody's going to be looking at things. So due to informing their families instead of doing their job, is that why they were getting information on the phone so that they had to say that they were calling their wives? Yeah. They said that they only took one radio. Well, he's saying car radio. Who uses car radios when you have WhatsApp and iPhones? Maybe Dave doesn't have a WhatsApp, or I don't know. Big assumption that the person was in an orange vest talking to a cop car was the killer. Yeah, that's a real stretch. But you see, that's why he's like, I didn't see the bumper on the front of it. I wouldn't know. We want to have the personal phone record GPS if he's using personal phone for work. That's game. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think maybe even if you celebrate the company phone also, it will back that up. Both of them will verify each other. Phone records need to show incoming calls, text, WhatsApp. Yeah, I think there's a third channel too I'm getting from the latest stuff. Something maybe we haven't seen before. So they went behind the trunk. Okay. Dave is on my left originally because he's on the driver's side and I'm on the passenger side. Dave ducks because he's got the portable. Dave has the portable, or does he have the portable? I thought he took the portable and Dave didn't. I don't know. I get confused, so please help me. And he's trying to get out over and over to find out who is, or just notify people where we were and what we had and what we saw, blank, and he blank couldn't get out. Oh, and I remember he continues to try, and I'm up at this point. I had crossed over, and now I'm on the left-hand side, crouched down to my right. I got my carbine on the guy, and I'm yelling to him, "Show me your hands." And Dave's still out on the radio, and I said, "Dave, we got to deal with this. Like, fuck the radio." Multiple warnings going out. So he pops up and we're engaging this guy. So I guess there was dialogue, yelling to him, blank. And I can only see one person, is the person standing outside the police car, right next to the driver's side door. But I'm looking from the passenger side, so I can only see the top half. Well, not the top half, not the top portion of his body, shoulders, chest up. Again, behind a car, pretty difficult from 88 meters. And he's on the left-hand side, so now he's on the road. And he's looking at me, and then he ducks behind the car, and I was sure that he was getting a gun. Blank. And he popped up again at one point, I think closer to the back of the car. And again, he's getting warned. And this is all happening very, very quickly. Blank. How many times has he been warned? Engaging, too. Well, maybe he didn't respond. And I thought he was going to kill us. I thought he was going to kill others. Blank. At this point, I had no idea that the fire hall was a shelter or anything like that. Well, that's what they said. And I'll be honest, I don't know if it would have changed things. Like, I didn't know there was, at that point, I didn't know that there was a police car posted there. Okay. Well, I think it might have been on the radio, but of course, totally plausible going through all this that didn't get heard. And then he started running towards the building. And I, in training, something they teach you about is in the kind of heat of the moment, the tunnel vision, the auditory exclusion, all those things. And I couldn't tell. I look back and I think about it. When I look at the building now, it's clear to me that there's a door right there. But in my head that day, I couldn't tell if there was a door or if he went inside around the side of the building. Well, that's true. I think because it's in an alcove, the door. You wouldn't be able to tell. And he started running, and he ran towards the building. And I was sure that if he got away, he was going to kill more people, because there was no doubt in my mind, blank, that's the guy we're looking for. So I know I fired my gun. I don't know if Dave fired his gun. After we did, somebody popped up out of the police car and said, "Why are you shooting at me? What are you doing?" And we couldn't see that person the entire time. Whether it was, I don't know, like he was inside the car where it's darker, and outside it was light. Okay, because I like to use the reverse. If you want to use logic one way, then it should apply similarly. The same logic applies down at the big stop. You can't tell who's in a car. It's difficult in bright light to tell. In a car, you don't know. Obviously, this is a lot of distance, but it's very difficult. Nosy. So he pops out and he's yelling. And I remember at this point, we'd fired our rounds and we'd moved around the back of the car and we took cover. I think that's where we both were in the ditch beside each other. I think we were both in the ditch beside each other. There was a wooden box there as well. There was a garbage can or something, garbage box or something, maybe. Now, again, I'll just go back to the diagram that HRP had and description of where they found the casings. I don't know how that goes there. We had Sharon say that this all happened over here. Funnily enough, Terry's saying it's even here. And yet, they're saying it's way over here. I don't know. I'm having a hard time reconciling that. Through the top of the car, all you would see is his head. Well, that's just, I'm thinking. And of course, there are lots of photos because they went and reenacted this. And again, anybody can go and reenact this. You can with a friend. You can go and take 88 meters. You can stand 88 meters back. You can stand in the position that they're saying here, or you can stand over here. You can stand with somebody who's similar to Mr. Westlake's height. You can tell somewhat by the video and see, get a vest, get a safety vest and try. Take some pictures. I'd be interested. Perhaps, it's just a nothing burger, all of it. All right. Oh, where were we here? Anyway, we took cover, and I remember the guy got out of the police car, and I started yelling towards him, and Dave said to me, he might not be a real police officer, but somebody popped out of the police car saying this, and then he's getting out of the police car again. Okay. And I said, I know. And that to me, like, how fucked up is that? Blank. It's very personal. Yeah. After seeing a police officer get out of a police car, I didn't know who it was. So there was some dialogue back and forth. I can't remember what was said, but we figure out fairly quickly that we believe he was a police officer. Disregard. But my head's just spinning at that point. I don't know if the guy that we just shot at was the bad guy. It didn't make sense. Like the guy we were looking for, I got in my head. Burned into my memory. Like he was dressed just like the description Lisa Banfield gave me in that ambulance. I mean, in the orange and yellow vest, the jeans, or the police uniform, which suddenly came from somewhere. He had the orange vest, Rodney said the reflective vest, in quotes. It was an orange reflective vest with a smattering of yellow. Let's see. Oh, that's not a, that's very small. I don't know. It's got some yellow. You know, maybe you couldn't see. I don't know. But then if he couldn't see the yellow, how could he see the orange? This is benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. There was just no doubt who we were looking for. That's who we were looking for. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. And when did you see the vest? 88 meters? You'd have to stop further back. So it must have been further than that. The fact that he didn't listen to commands when we yelled, that he ran, and then we were left with literally a split-second decision. It was split second, but I thought you yelled out repeated times. I guess not after he ran. And I believe that I was engaging the threat. I thought that he was the guy who had just killed two ladies 5 kilometers away within minutes, 10 minutes maybe. He was right in the area. He was wearing the right thing. He was in the right car. Now, was no disrespect at all intended. Was that known at that point in time that he for sure killed Heather and Kristen? The phone call. Leona. Maybe that was already passed along by that point. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me. So when he ran, we're talking to this police officer, and I don't know how to explain it. I just didn't know who that person was. So Dave Melanson went to talk to the other police officer, and I went around the building. I'm going to check that. And Dave Melanson, and the guy's name was Dave Gannon. They went, I learned after, I guess. I don't think I saw them go into the building right away. They went to check on the people inside. Did they ask? And me, still not clear if this person had run around the back of the building or inside the building. I went and circled around the building to see if anybody was shot, if anybody needed help. I had no idea what happened to this guy. So I continued around the building. By the time I made it all the way around the building and cleared the back side of the building, didn't see anybody. Dave Melanson and Dave Gannon were just coming out of the building, and I said, "Is everybody okay?" Was that what was said? I thought that nobody asked. But my memory. Sure, an interview. I had no idea if there was anybody in there or what the deal was. And they said, yeah, everything's fine. Everybody's fine. Nobody's hurt, whatever. Okay, good. And Dave Melanson and I, after a very brief conversation, I mean very brief, went back to our car, which is parked in the middle of the road. I think the doors are still open, and we got in the car and we drove away. I immediately called Staff Sergeant Carroll. There'd, of course, be records of that on both their phones. He was Staff Sergeant in Bible Hill at the time, and I told him what happened. I was upset. I wasn't crying or upset in that way. I was just upset. I was, I knew that that's a big deal. We just discharged our weapons. I've never discharged my weapon on duty other than put down an animal. Oh, I remember something about something. It could just be something else, but yeah. I just want to go back to the log there. What was it? Where was the disregard comment again? You guys remember? Somewhere. Where was the disregard comment? Anyway, moving along. So, I know it's a big deal, as it should be. And I told him what happened, and he gave me he asked me, like, is everybody okay? Those types of questions, I guess. I don't remember exactly. And he said that, yeah. And I said, yeah, I guess they were. And he said, Terry, you got to remember, this is, maybe 10 minutes removed from people just being murdered, and probably up to a body count somewhere around that we know of, somewhere in the 8 to 10 people range at this point that we know of. Yeah, all right. He could be anywhere. I wouldn't want to be in a vicinity in the radius. 10 minutes driving distance, or 15, say. That would not be good. Uh-oh. And that's what we did. We said, okay, let's regroup here and let's get back in the game. Like, this guy's out still murdering people in a police car. And we continued patrolling, and we drive back to Masstown because we're not all that far at this point. And we went to get gas. I remember getting gas. Dave's pumping gas, and I'm outside standing in the parking lot with my carbine. It's not safe getting gas. We're watching for this police car. Anybody that would come by and try and kill us. again, maybe Wortman was engaging police officers like Leather first said, so this would be understandable. But they're also, they say nobody, he hasn't shot at any police officers, so I'm not sure. Anyway, so we got gas and we started driving. I don't know if at that point there was an indication of a sighting at that point. After we get gas, we leave Masstown and there's some indication that he is on Highway 2 towards the Brookfield area. Okay, so, this is the Dorrington wife tweet. So we said, okay, let's go, which then suddenly turns into a silver vehicle. So we take off, we're going and we're driving along, and it just, I don't know if more sightings were coming in. Okay, so now he's in the silver vehicle. I just remember it started being like, okay, this is real. What was it before? Like, I think that we may have a sighting of him because, at this point, like I don't know, I'm going to throw out a number of 100 police cars in Colchester County at this point. So, it's like almost Where's Waldo? You're trying to find this car. I would agree. I mean, there's a lot of police cars, so 1 in 100. If you're around a police car, probability is 1%. So we take off and we turn onto Highway 102, heading towards Halifax. Not that everybody's in the same area, but so we're traveling up to the 102, and I still remember where we were. It was just around Stewiacke area when Stewiacke area. They said that there was a member shot. It was originally member 10-7, so dead. Blank. And then it switched to, we need an ambulance. So that's hope, because we didn't know that there was 2 shooting victims at this point. I thought we just had one member that was shot. So I think if I read that correctly on the logs, the original call 1049 is from a Morrison, and it wasn't a 10-7. And the ambulance comes later. But okay. We didn't know that there was 2 shooting victims, so it's just Morrison. I guess Morrison was originally marked 10-7. I never heard that, but maybe you guys did. Or do. He banged on the door and didn't ID. Brown should have advanced to target from his blind side via the back of the fire hall before opening fire. Well, they're out on the road, so that would be difficult. I guess they could have cut through somebody's backyard. Which officer walked around the back of the fire hall? He looked more like Gabe physically than the cop at Millbrook. What? I'm not understanding. I don't think they're shooting at themselves. That's Brown. Okay. Did not tell of Westlake a civilian. Okay. At the very least, everyone can agree RCMP lost command and control. Their officers winged it and did whatever they felt. There's something strange going on. And I remember it clearly. We were catching up to traffic because we were flying. Ultima has been in better shape now. It's not smoking or doing whatever it was doing before. And I remember there being an ERT Suburban ahead of us in the regular driving lane. And I remember 3 police cars following behind it. And Dave was kind of starting to follow him. And I said, Dave, like, fucking go. Because I thought we could get ahead of him, of Wortman, and I thought in an unmarked car, we had the advantage. You're in Brookfield, no? How in the hell are you going to get down there? So we flew by everyone and we got to the Milford area, which is the general area where we knew that the shooting had occurred. We don't know that area super well, but I knew it somewhat. Well, it's a bit out of the Milford area, but okay. We get to Milford, and I remember we had our lights on, and obviously the whole time we're driving, passing vehicles. And I remember taking the Milford exit. I'll never forget. There was kind of like Global News or something like that parked in the median where they saw us. They started chasing us. Like, it was, to me, I don't know why that sticks out, but well, I suspect it's probably because there's footage or something. So there was some interesting tweets I found a while back from somebody who was following. Who the hell was that? So we drive into Milford somewhere. I think I might have them. And you come to the intersection, you go left or right, and that's, at this point, it's literally a guess. Which way do we go? Thought it was going over the radio. 224 and 2, which is not in Milford, but okay. So I remember we turned right. We're driving along. We passed the EHS base. It's a fast drive. Very fast. And yeah, I'll never forget, there was an RCMP SUV parked there. No idea why. At this point, there was 2 talk groups. So we weren't privy on what was happening in the Enfield area. So it was the East Hants talk group. We were in the Colchester talk group. I'm pretty sure stuff was going over the Colchester channel. Yeah, wait a second. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to check that. And you have 2 radios, but you're both on the same channel. Personal radio and the car radio, but they're both tuned to Colchester. But I think Colchester, funnily enough, was also talking about EHS. So, all right, but this has got to be verified. And information, we're not hearing it live, so that's why there was so much confusion. There was 1 member shot. Was there 2 members shot? Was like, what was going on? And I do remember when we were on the highway, they did clarify that Heidi was dead, but I had no idea about Chad at all. I need to go through the logs. I mean, I could take a few minutes here and see, but where am I here? That's Cumberland. Mm-hmm. I know I have it open. I did. Maybe it got closed. I did my shutdown. Arr. Okay, well, I'm going to go and check. Anybody remember? Anybody remember? I have Cumberland open. All right. Maybe somebody can check. Wouldn't mind. Checking the Colchester logs. Around 10:49 to 10:54 in that range. So when we turned right, we passed the EHS. I saw the SUV there. I didn't think much about it, but I knew we weren't looking for an SUV. Okay, but that's not what the Brookfield tweet says. You're looking for the silver SUV now. From Brookfield, not from Milford, from Brookfield. It was 2 minutes apart. So, don't know. We were looking for a Taurus. That's what Wortman was driving, so there was no thinking that it might be be the vehicle. Again, it was an RCMP SUV, obviously Chad's, but we drove past there, and I mean, that stands out to me this day. Blank. Just knowing that Chad was probably out back. Blank. Shot, bleeding, scared. We didn't know that. What about Mr. Westlake and Gannon? Maybe he's friends with Chad. Seems kind of familiar. So we continued on, just kept patrolling the area. I couldn't tell you even what roads we drove on. You don't know number 2. But fairly quickly after, there's a report that Wortman's at the Sobeys in Truro. Okay, I'm not going to touch this right now. And I said to Dave, not possible. There's no way he's not there, because initially it was like, holy shit, we got to go to Truro now. But it was impossible for that to have happened. But I knew that there was a Sobeys in Enfield, or Elmsdale, I should say, and I said to Dave, let's go there. He might be there. Now, I think I'm going to go out on a limb. This is just remember how nobody has ever touched anything I said about, well, first they didn't even want to say anything about the Petrocan, but they also equally didn't want to say anything about the Sobeys in Elmsdale. And I was always like, what the fuck, man? It's in an article there. It's been in an article since the beginning. I've read it since the beginning. Why do you guys not acknowledge this one? I think there may be reason. So we started heading there, and then somebody came over to the radio. They checked at the Sobeys in Elmsdale, and he wasn't there. And I think the call actually came in that they saw a member or a guy there with a gun, but it ended up being the police. Might have been Ert, maybe. I don't know. Everybody's over there. Like almost like they're staging to get ready. Anyway, that was cleared, so we continued patrolling. We were driving and we're thinking like we were partially don't even know where we are. We know that we're in the Enfield detachment area. Okay, did you hear me at the beginning of this? Say, they're down there at the big stop. Enfield detachment, not very far. At one point, Dave pulled over kind of like on a side road. He just kind of pulled off to the side. And I remember saying, Dave, we can't sit here like we're sitting ducks. Like this guy, he's got an advantage if we're sitting still. And he agreed. And he started driving, even though we didn't know where we were going to go. So we continued driving. We ended up upon a checkpoint. Members there, a police car blocking one lane of traffic. You see multiple members. If my memory is correct, there's multiple members with guns over the hood of the car. And we were driving towards it. And I said, put on your lights so they know who we are. So we did. It's kind of skipping over here a little. We learned that Heidi was killed and he took a civilian vehicle. So now we don't know what we're looking for. Remarkable coincidence. Other than, what's going on there? Other than maybe a gray SUV is what we're looking for. Silver is what we believe we're looking for. But what kind is unclear. Exactly what model. I thought it was tracker or anything like that. So that's why I said, Dave, turn on your lights. We like make sure they know. Like even though we're in a car, but whatever. So he did. As we're driving up through, the members kind of waved us through. Remember where I'm pretty sure I know where this check stop is. Do you guys know the check stop? South of the detachment on the bridge. There's pictures of it. And we get, I don't know, 20 meters behind this checkpoint, and there's a white truck parked. And behind the truck, there is a guy standing. He's wearing camouflage, and he's got a gun in his hand, a carbine style. And you couldn't see it till you drove by it. And both Dave and I were like, what the fuck is that? Well, it's not a guy in an orange vest. That's for sure. Weren't you worried about the checkpoint? So behind him, a little ways, there was a parking lot. And we kind of pulled in there. And I went over to the radio and I said, members of the checkpoint in Enfield, who is behind you with a gun? I don't remember reading this call. Maybe it was one of the ones that was, what did it say? Not inaudible. There were a few from them. And I don't remember the exact answer, but originally it was like they didn't know. There was nobody could identify who this was. Okay, so we know that they are interacting. And I remember saying, quote, Dave, like we got this, like this guy, I don't know who he is, but he's standing behind about 5 or 10 police officers holding a gun. So we turn around, going to engage him, find out who he was. Somebody came over the radio and said he was a Halifax police officer. but no markings on him. It was just, it stood out like it was, it bothered me. I'm sorry. It's bothering me that you're going after cars you don't know. You're going to places you don't know. You're pulling guns on people you don't know. Wearing clothing you for sure know that he's not wearing. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't worry about the misnomer of the white truck stuff. The white truck, I'm sure, is the Halifax Regional Police, which had been sitting at Enfield the entire time. The ones that Hubley went down for gas, which didn't get gas, which then went to Elmsdale, which, there's 2 gas stations right there, didn't get gas, and then decided they need to go back to Enfield 16 minutes later for the remarkable coincidence. Do you know what I'm talking about? I think that's more than the white truck. Far more. Why are these people all down at the big stop? Remarkable coincidence. Over and over. No. Anyways, we clear there and we start driving. We're thinking, we know, we have our bearings. We know where we're at. But you didn't. Now you do. And we're heading towards the Enfield detachment, and further ahead is the big stop. And we said, okay, let's go to the big stop. We'll check the parking lot. And we'll come up from a plan. How many remarkable coincidences do you have to have at the big stop before it's no longer a remarkable coincidence? Really? Really? What would make you think to go to the big stop? For what reason? Why is it everybody wants to go to the big stop? Because they all know he's driving a vehicle that he's not driving, supposedly, wearing clothing that he's not supposed to be wearing, because the car is running out of gas, which they wouldn't know. No, no, no. That's why I always played that clip at the beginning. Remarkable coincidence? Really? Come on. Maybe I'm seeing something here that's always given me a terrible feeling for a long time. I just find it very strange indeed. And the more that this goes on, the stranger I'm finding it. Because more people end up at the big stop. Morrison was at the big stop earlier in the morning, too. Don't you know? I don't want to go out on a limb and say that, right? Because you can say that it's, then it just immediately get labeled tinfoily. But there's a lot of people going to the big stop. You can possibly read between the lines on that one. driving up right away. You know who it is. How? Driving a car you don't know. Wearing clothing you don't know. Stopping behind a pump and just jumping out. Maybe he's killing himself. Maybe he's not. For sure, he has Heidi's gun. Not, it smells bad. We'll just go to the parking lot. We'll just check it out. We'll come up for a plan from there. Well, I'm pretty sure Halifax is sitting there. So we go to the Enfield parking lot, and there's kind of two parking lots. Remember, what time are we at? I didn't have to read the statement to see this. I didn't. It's in the logs. And the logs are disturbing too. So we pull into the Enfield parking lot, and there's two kinds of parking lots. Or kind of two parking lots. There's like the main store parking lot, and then there's the one off, if you're looking at it from the road to the right, with big trucks. As we pull in there, we see a couple of white SUVs, clearly marked police officers and like ERT members. And I found out later they were Halifax ERT members. This is what I was going on and on about in the chat the other day, where Burrell suddenly asked a certain question of Hughley and McLeod. What a remarkable coincidence. And as we're there, I hear pump 5, pump 6. I forget what it was. I think it was pump 6. Somebody was going over the radio, pump 6, pump 6. And we just went in that direction. And I know the member was Craig Hughley. And he was an ERT member. Shoot a vehicle or shoot inside of a vehicle. I'm not sure why it's saying shoot. An ERT member shoot inside of a vehicle. What a remarkable coincidence. Here we have Brown and Melanson down there too. No wonder Laurie Ward doesn't want the GPS records coming out. It may give some validity to what I'm hypothesizing, which feels a little bit better evidence-wise than what they're saying about, just need some gas. Half a tank. He already been there. Didn't get it. Went to the Sobeys. Didn't get it there. Didn't get it at the Petro, where the TAV was filling up. No. Got to go back to the big stock. Maybe they've got great prices. And we took cover behind the tractor trailer, right? Coming in at this point, we're, I don't know, let's say 25, 30 meters back of the tractor trailer taking cover. And we can see very clearly this person in the vehicle that they had shot at. Oh, it's just, this whole thing is just not giving me a good feeling. Not giving me a good feeling. And I remember the TAV rolling up. We were there before the TAV had gotten there. members piling out of the TAV. They're over the top of, I want to say, another truck pulled up by the TAV, and they were there were ERT members are all out of the vehicle, guns pointed at this vehicle. I can't hear their conversation. I can hear them saying he's still breathing. They're yelling commands. And then eventually, they're not getting a response at all. How many holes had been put in the person there at the station by this point in time? I don't think he's making a lot of noise. With carbines. And if he is making noises, he wouldn't be making them very long. Something very wrong here. Very, very wrong. How would you know he's still breathing? They're yelling commands, and then eventually, they're not getting a response at all. Eventually, they kind of formed a group that came up along the backside of the vehicle. And then from the front of the vehicle up to the driver's door, they opened the door, and I can remember them pulling him out, and he wasn't coming out like I was thinking in my head. Maybe he's got a seatbelt. I don't know. And eventually they got him out, and they handcuffed him, and they walked away. And that's when I knew it was over. So how is it that the media were all there? Again? Right back to the beginning? What was all that? A remarkable coincidence. Yeah. We stayed, and we were there and just made sure everything was good. But once he was handcuffed and on the ground, we eventually, after, I don't know, I would say 10, 15 minutes, making sure the scene was good, we walked back to our car and sat down. Okay. And I remember looking at the clock, and it wasn't even lunchtime. I think it was 11:48 or something like crazy like that. And it's fucking lunchtime. 22 minutes just got lost somewhere. They're literally there. One moment, please. Grab a coffee. Okay, sorry. Auditory exclusion? You have auditory exclusion before, but after, you don't have auditory exclusion at the big stop. You know, this disorientated feeling, or this was an issue I wanted to get into on a different day. I thought this was going to come up, but not so much. Not so poignant. How can I have the maximum number of files open if I don't have 50 fucking windows open? 50 fucking files. What are you talking about? I have 2 windows. Get out of here. Let's just chalk it up to another remarkable coincidence. But I'll tell you, in the Colchester logs, I want to bring them up right now. Actually, I just can't. I'll just close something else. For some reason, it's telling me I have too many fucking windows open, which I know is not true. Who's this interview with? Oh, Al Carroll. That'll be an interesting one. Close that. I can close that. Yes, I'll save it. Okay. Give me one moment, please. Colchester logs. An hour off. Back to the Onslow. Mr. Hughley's missing. Corporal Mills. Everybody take a deep breath. Corporal Mills, I believe he's out. I could be wrong about that. Don't mind my non-straight lines. Constable Hubley, 102538. Kilo 5, shots away, pump number 6, Enfield Big Stop. Why is the RCMP dispatch talking about Big Stop, copy, Big Stop with ERT seconds before? And Melanson? The awareness of everybody, HRP is in the known address of the HRP, is known address in the HRP jurisdiction. Do they have control of that scene? Are they referring to the house? We have the roadblock just north of Elmsdale and Lance number 7. Well, obviously it's not that roadblock because that would take a long time. That would take a long time. It's not going to take seconds. You're not going to be in the parking lot. That's not the roadblock they're talking about. Dorrington. Inaudible. Copies. How? How is that exactly? How does this one happen? Is that just a remarkable coincidence? Is it? And the reason I said that was it felt like we just worked for 3 days straight. So we kind of sat there for a minute at the Big Stop. Then I went over the radio and asked Staff Sergeant Bryers. Staff Bryers was the risk manager at that point and told him, we're clear, we're good to go. Where do you need us? So he sent us down to Heidi's scene to relieve the members there. I want to see their GPS records. I really do. I'm hoping they were nowhere near Shuby. But I'm sure that'll be easy to clean up. I am absolutely not saying. Things aren't feeling very right. Too many remarkable coincidences, too many feelings, too many knowing certain things when you can't know them. And that I'm not, please, I want to be very, very clear. I'm not leveling anybody's direction. I am not. I just want things cleaned up and cleared up. That's all. And it's very easy. Just release all the GPS logs for everybody. All the footage of everything. Hello, dear. Well, you changed your logo there, NS44. Now we can continue with this too. I should finish this. I feel badly that Heidi was alone. There's still a car burning to a certain degree. They're still putting water on it. Heidi is there. And I remember Darren Bernard, and I believe Calvin Beers and Addie was there too. And I went to Darren and Calvin, and I knew Heidi, but not clearly as well as they did, which is tragic. I'm sorry that he knew Heidi and lost Heidi too. I'm sure that must feel horrible. Calvin obviously worked with her at the Enfield detachment. I think Darren had had a long friendship with her, I guess. We asked them, listen, can we relieve you guys so you guys can go? They wouldn't leave her. That was fine. Totally understandable. While we were there, a call came in. I want to say it was a call came in of, I don't know if it was just reported that a lady was shot, Gina, I believe her name was, just up the road. They wanted members to go and secure the scene. So I knew we weren't far and said, yeah, we'll go. So we take off the road up towards her place, and we're driving up there, and there's a truck that pulled over on the side of the road, forward flashers on. You could tell there was something happening, right? Some type of distress there. So we stopped. It was the daughter of Gina. She was on the side of the road, kind of like in the ditch or in the grass, and she was distraught. I don't even know how she got there, because people who stopped because they saw her and they tried to help her. She was inconsolable. And the husband or the wife stayed. I forgot exactly. One of them left, maybe tried to get help. Anyways, we called EHS to come. And we asked them to please stay with her, because at this point, we've got to go to another scene. And I don't think there's anybody there. So we go up there. It's not far. Drive up to the scene, and when we pull in, there's another police car. It had just gotten there before us. It was a younger member. I had clarified with OCC if they wanted to go inside and clear the residence, or if they just wanted the scene security on the outside. But what they wanted, they just wanted scene security on the outside. So that's that's fine. And we started talking to this young fellow that was there, and quickly learned that he was a member of something like 8 months service, and that he was with Heidi, not, right after she was shot, worked out of the Enfield detachment, so was a coworker of hers. So I called OCC and I talked to the dispatcher and I said, listen, this guy shouldn't be here. He needs to go. And they said, yeah. Tell him to go directly to Enfield detachment. So I passed that on to him and he left. And Dave and I were there. And the two officers, I don't know if it was the two cars or just two guys in one car, showed up. They were from Antigonish, and they were going to take over scene security there. And then Dave and I got reassigned back down to Debert, where the two VON ladies were killed. So we went down there. We weren't there long. There was MCU members there. And we asked them if they needed to be relieved, if they needed to go. And they said, no, we're good for now, I guess. And then they told us to go again over the radio. I don't remember who, but they directed us to go back to Bible Hill Detachment, go to MCU. So we did. We got back there, and they just weren't ready for us. I mean, they were not ready to give tasks or whatever. This just ended an hour or two earlier. We said, okay, we're here if you need us. And I said to Dave, we got to go deal with the fire hall situation. So we walked up to the front of the building. MCU is in the back of the building. So we walked up to the front and I locate Al Carroll. And then I said, Al, we want to deal with this. To go back, actually, when I was at Heidi's scene, Addie was there, and I went to Heidi, or not to Heidi, to Addie, and I told him as well about what happened. And he knew that there was a member of the Pictou detachment, which is where Addie works, so I knew it was one of his members. And I don't know why, but I wanted to tell everybody in management or authority what happened. There was no trying to cover up, isn't the right word, but I just wanted to deal with it. I want to be transparent. I want to be upfront. I just wanted to tell them what happened. So Addie was great. He said, no problem, Terry. We'll deal with this at the detachment. That's fine. And then Al said, okay, have a seat in the lunchroom. I'll be with you soon. And then he went back in the boardroom. And in the boardroom, there's a number of ranking officers, I guess, I know there's at least one white shirt. There was at least one white shirt. I don't know if there was more than that. And then a number of staff sergeants, whatever. And we sat in the lunchroom for a long time. And it was, it sucked because I don't know what we thought the answer was to what was going to happen. But I think it was probably after an hour that Steve Halliday came out, and maybe both. I'm not sure. And they said, CERT been called. They're on their way. And at that point, it didn't even dawn on me about being a cert investigation. You know, I've said this before, that any other day, you know, you discharge firearms, of course, it's a cert investigation. Of course, Al tells us to go back into the office and at the end our day right away. But it wasn't a regular day. These guys are very experienced caring leaders, and they, you know, struggled to find the answers, what the answers were that day, right? And I don't think any of the fault is theirs. It was an extraordinary circumstance. So we were dumbfounded, I guess. Like once they said it, I was like, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. Excuse me. So we went, sat in our office, exhausted, deflated, defeated, whatever the word may be. We didn't even know what to do. Actually, I've never been written up before. I've never had a negative 10-4 before. I've never dealt with anything. 10-4. Like I've never been disciplined. And I didn't know what to do. Who do I call? I knew nothing. The union was fairly new at this point. I'd certainly had never had dealings with the union. Andy O'Brien said you should probably call your union. And I thought, yeah, that's a great idea. How do I do that? I don't even know how to do that. It was nothing that was ever, I guess, important to me. I never thought I would need that support or help. So we did. We called the union. I had no idea who we talked to or what number we called. But an hour or so later, Pat Bouchard from the NPF showed up. And I probably don't even remember anything of what he said that day, to be quite honest with you. I just know that Ron Legere from CERT showed up and treated us extraordinarily. He just said, quote, I know you guys have a crazy day. I don't even want to take a statement from you. I don't, he didn't say, I don't want to talk to you. He didn't say it in a harsh way, but essentially he said, I don't even want to talk to you about this. When you guys feel comfortable talking to me, if you want to talk to me, I'll be there, but I'm not putting any pressure on you. And that went a long way. He said, I'm just here to serve you with a piece of paper. He seized the 2 carbines, and that was pretty much it for the CERT side of things. Up front, like I said, they treated us very well. I had in my head CERT was coming. I was going to be put in a room and questioned, and I had no idea what to expect, and they were great. They were very respectful. So that was basically how the day ended. I went home a while after that, and I ended up at the MCU office because I believed, I guess, wholeheartedly that I was going to be part of the investigative team. I was going to figure this out and work with my major crime. And I did that for a couple of days. You know, that day we went and basically briefed them on our side of things, I think. Or maybe they more briefed us and said, we're starting tomorrow morning at this time, and there's going to be tasks, and you'll be sent out to investigate. So that's kind of where we ended our day, where we were at the end of the day. And then, yeah, I went home. I don't even know. I think I went home around 7 or 8 at night. Time was not hard to keep track of that. Not easy to keep track of that day. So, yeah, that's how that was basically the day. So maybe we'll just take a break here. Yes, that's a good idea. It's 12:52. Hour and 20 minutes later. Okay, good afternoon. It's 2:14. We're going to resume the interview with Terry Brown. We're in the Wilson boardroom. Okay, Terry, we had a brief discussion on the lunch break here. Or lunch break there. I don't know if talking off audio is good. This is the first part of us resuming this interview is a matter of clarification. I have my laptop open with geography in and around the area of Highway 2 and 4. And 104 is on my laptop, and I'm showing everybody in the boardroom today. And what the question of the Commission Council is, Terry, is you described a point where you're in that area, if I want to say stacking up or getting prepared to stack up. Sure. You and an officer, your partner officer, Melanson, if you could just go back just before you get to the location in and around this area, I'll let you start from scratch, so to speak. I just want to clarify, for purposes of the foundational document that's being created, just the exact location to the best of your knowledge. Yes. You couldn't be held to it. But just to further clarify, Highway 2 and intersection 4, Highway 4 intersection. I want to say just north of the 104 and the 4. Yeah. So I'll let you carry on. If you have any questions to that description I'm giving you, just let me know. Yeah. So Dave Melanson, my partner, and I, we came off of Highway 2 between Highway 4 and Great Village. So we traveled down Highway 2 all the way to Highway 4. There we came to an intersection that was originally we turned right. Drove down to the end of the road. There's a roundabout, which is the area we thought Rodney Peterson had seen the mocked up police car. And then, so we got into the roundabout and we just stopped, waited for a second while we got clarification, Rodney Peterson, as to where he was. He had seen the police car. So just to stop you there, that just a clarification. Which roundabout did you see? So if you see that little blue flag, okay, so that's right here, right there, sorry. There's a roundabout right at the Masstown Market. Yeah, okay. So right below that, there's a little roundabout there. So you went from Highway 2, turned right on Highway 4, went to the Masstown Market, right to that roundabout. We stopped right in the roundabout. There was no cars. It was a very calm morning. I don't remember what time it was. We sat there for a second, not driving, and went over the radio for clarification from Rodney Peterson about where he saw the vehicle, direction of travel, and that type of thing. You guys are going to have to help me with geography because I'm not great in this area for sure. We realized that we went right. We should have gone left. So they're very close. I need you to describe the best for your ability for somebody that's going to read the transcript. Why are they going to read the transcript, Paul? How about they're going to watch the interview? Or hear it. And see the maps. Or do you know that we're not going to see that? Yeah. So that was back at the Highway 2 and Highway 4 intersection again. We should have went left right there. So we turn around and we take off back in that direction, traveling up Highway 4, which would you say that's westerly then? It would be west. Then it turns into being north. So we're traveling west now up Highway 4. Go around the turn. We're traveling north on Highway 4. And as we're approaching the overpass over the Highway 104, I saw a police car on the overpass, and that's when I thought, when I had the thought, like, this could be who we're looking for. Came to stop on the road, and Rodney McDonald identified himself in the police car that was parked on the overpass. And could you describe which direction that car was facing? Sure. Left or right or east or west. So Rodney McDonald was pulled off just to the side of the road on the overpass facing north. And he was trying to see on the map where exactly this place was. He didn't want to drive too far and overshoot it and put himself in a bad spot where, he could be shot at or whatever, just a tactical position. So he was right on the ramp. Yeah. Where the right on the ramp to 4. So he's not on the ramp. He's on the number 4 highway on the overpass so that he goes right over top of Highway 104. Yeah. And he's parked over top of the 104 facing north. And then from there, myself and Lanson and McDonald and I believe Peterson all rolled down together to the Glenholm address, which I don't remember what address it is, but it's facing north on 104. But it's north of that 104 highway. Okay, if I could just stop you there. Yeah, for the purpose of clarification, and our senior counsel want to know. So the communication comes across at 9:51:54. I'm just showing you a quick excerpt from our communication. I will verbalize it for the transcript. Yeah, Corporal Peterson says, yeah, I'm just almost there, guys. So I'm going to stop just short of it. Sergeant West communication at 9:52:03. Mills from West. Are you copying all? And then the next communication, and the last one for the purposes of this slide on the foundational document, Corporal Peterson says 9:52:11. Just careful, Dave. You are going to come off on a pretty fast there. That's the exact terminology. Stage before we get there. So what We just want to know for clarification. Do you remember that communication and where the vehicle we're just talking about, like just you're going to come off pretty fast, is what he's saying. Yeah. Just quote, we're right there is kind of how I'm really kind of guessing at this point. Okay. But I think, like, if you don't know, that's fine. From hearing that, I'm now second guessing if Peterson was with us, or if he was on the other side and he was saying, I'm almost there. I'm going to stop short of it, because he was coming from Wentworth. He's coming south. And something makes me think maybe he stopped short on the other side. And that's why he said, I'm going to stop short of it. I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm not. Yeah. Again, we're just trying to, so I'm not sure. Is he Peterson, north of the Fishers or south of the Fishers? Heading south. I can't quite understand. Maybe you guys can let me know. I thought maybe Peterson was there, but I know Rodney McDonald, but maybe I'm mistaking Rodney Peterson being there as well. Okay, but I can't 100% say that. Okay, so then after I just interrupted there, but you carry on. So yeah, once Rodney McDonald, who is in the marked PC in front of us, he must have just figured out on a map where we were going, and we rolled up there together. We stopped in front of the address and we took our position with our carbines. Right. I remember what you told us previously. Yeah. Do you have any more of the transcript of that area that you want to talk about? Christopher Luzzo, sorry. No. You're good. Okay, so that clarifies to the best we can, Terry Brown. Yeah. For the purposes of the foundational document. Sure. Of where where vehicles were placed in and around that time was what the tasks I had to ask you. So, yeah. And do you want me to leave that up, or are you good? No, that's fine. Okay. We'll close the laptop, and Chris will got some more questions. If I can, I just want to clarify a couple things. Sure. Because as you said, questions are popping up. So let's deal with them now. Yeah. When Rodney McDonald, not Rodney Peterson, right, was on the bridge there, and you say that marked car, yes. Was he in the car or out of the car? He was inside the car. In the car? Yeah. And you and your partner were stopped a distance behind. Yeah. So we saw him. As I said, I identified the police car. I brought it up to Dave saying, stop. Like, that could be the police car we're looking for. And we did. We stopped. And we made radio contact trying to figure out if it was one of our police cars or if it was the police car we're looking for. I cannot remember if there was more than one police car in the area, or something makes me think that he's the only police car that we saw, because it really stood out to us. Holy shit, there's a police car in front of us. and we're looking for a police car. Right. So I believe that Rodney McDonald was the only car on that bridge and the only one within eyesight where we were looking. So fair enough. And you remained in your vehicle at the time? Yes. Or did you get out? No. Any challenge or anything? No. You just came back. Just radio clarifying where he was or whoever was on the bridge. I'm pretty sure I saw in the transcripts on the radio about asking who was in the police car on the bridge, and it was McDonald who identified himself. And I remember specifically him saying, "I'm trying to figure out where the fuck we're going." So yeah. And would that be similar to what happened when you saw HRP officer in the white van? And yeah, so very similar. Saw him. Obviously startling that you see a guy standing behind police officers wearing no identifying clothing, not in a marked unit. He's, I think it was a white pickup truck. Actually, I know it was a white pickup truck because earlier in the day there was some talk that maybe Wortman had access to a white pickup truck. But I'm not sure where that information came from. I just know that it was talked about. Perhaps this is why the white pickup truck is relevant. And when we saw that white pickup truck, and then we see a guy standing there behind it with a gun in camouflage with no police markings whatsoever, it really caught us off guard. I'm confused. Are you looking for a car? Are you looking for a pickup truck? Are you looking for an orange vest? Are you looking for camouflage? Are you looking for any RCMP car? I don't understand. And you couldn't see the gun? It wasn't like he was standing there showing his gun. He was behind the vehicle with his gun, so you couldn't see it was you're approaching. So you couldn't see it was you're approaching. You are approaching. And as we drove by, it stood out right on, like he was on our left as we drove by. And Dave and I are both like, did you see that? And we turned around, and again, we went on the radio and attempted to contact to try to figure out who this guy was. The initial reply was, don't know who that is, or don't know, kind of. I don't know, maybe, don't know what you're talking about. Maybe they weren't aware. And so we were going to go and challenge that guy. And fortunately, somebody came over the radio and said, no, he's a Halifax Regional Police officer. So yeah, we never got out of the vehicle on that incident. We just did everything over the radio. Great, thank you. I want to jump back to the early hours of your investigation. Sure. Into this, a few points, as you mentioned that you were told. Something came to light about Wortman's father's life may be in danger and you got in touch with him? Yes. Do you recall where that information stemmed from? Because you said earlier there was So when I say that his life may be in danger, the information I had received, and it had come from the command team. That's all I can figure. This is why I was asking. Is we were told that he had a poor relationship with his father and that there had been conflict in the past with him. So, quote, life in danger was, I don't want to say a leap, but it was, we couldn't, there was no direct threat to his life was in danger. His life was in danger. I'm not sure where they're getting this from. Right. But we were concerned that if they had this poor relationship, this poor of a relationship, I think I'm quite sure, and maybe I'm getting this mixed up with the conversation I had with his father on the phone, that they hadn't talked in like 10 years or something like that. But regardless, the info was that it was a poor relationship. Of course, we're thinking if he's killing innocent civilians, then his family's life could be in danger as well if he had a poor relationship or had some kind of grudge against his dad. So that's where it came from. Not sure if that answers where it came from exactly. Obviously, it came from command. Where they got it from, I don't know. That's an interesting question. So you're not sure if that came up after while speaking in an attempt to, well, certainly was before Lisa. Well, there was definitely a reason why I called him, and I can't remember the specifics of what the info was. I just know that it was because it was identified as being a poor relationship of some sort. Hit rewind to the beginning of all this. Something along those lines, where I'm not sure if I was told this before or after, is the part I don't know about his if it's his dad that said, quote, I haven't talked to him in like 10 years or whatever it was, but I knew that it was a poor relationship. I'm sure I gained more info when I talked to his dad on the phone, but I don't know if I'm getting the two mixed up together at this point. Fair point, but why would you call him in the first place? What gave you or command the reason if Lisa hadn't emerged? That's okay. That's fine. Perhaps people down in Portapique who didn't know his dad knew, right? Now, going back a bit, you're saying, well, is that what happened? Did they call the uncles? The RCMP uncles? That's fine. Okay. Now we're going back a bit. You're saying when you first got into Great Village, you and your partner, Melanson, were the only investigators there. Yes. But somehow the MCU was already involved, but weren't physically there? Well, I don't know that so far as involved goes, I'm sure that they were made aware of this, but they weren't on scene. The only involvement I knew they had was the communication I was having back and forth with them, remembering who he's questioning. So with the RCMP, the MCU doesn't respond to evolving things. Typically, it's not, typically the way that major crime situation rolls out, it's, hey, we've got a dead body here, and they attend, or the investigation commences from there. Where this was an ongoing situation, I'm sure they were notified, but it wasn't by me or Dave. I assume the command team notified them. But I couldn't speak to as what their involvement was prior to us getting there. Like, I don't know how much dialogue they had back and forth with the command team. I just know that when I got there, I was the one calling Jerry and updating him. And I want to say I call him at least 2 times. It could have been as many as like 4 times when I was there. So that's the only answer I can give you. Sure. And you had worked with them before on different collaborations and investigations? Yeah, for sure. So for myself, as part of the interview team, I've worked with him quite a bit. Them, him. Through that. If there's a homicide, a lot of times will get called to the interview team to go and assist. From my regular GIS substantive job, sometimes we get called to assist them, but not a lot. Yeah, not that often. It's more so I work with them more so through the interview team. Okay. And in that time, when you first got to the command post and then subsequently, did you have a sense of like a scene plan or an investigative plan, like how you were going to, prior to the perpetrator being active again, like how you were going to process the scene? I would like to know how they knew that he was active again. Still, so many questions now. No, there was not even talk of processing the scene because at that point we didn't know where he was. And until we had him in custody or knew he wasn't in the area, whatever the case may be, there was no decisions made about the scene. But you thought he was dead. And really, until suddenly he didn't. Or not you, specifically Terry Brown, the RCMP. And really, it wouldn't have been me making those decisions. This was clearly going to be major crime file from the beginning. They just may not have been may have not been engaged fully in the beginning, but it was clear that once things kind of became under control, it was a major crime file for sure. Right. So I wouldn't have had input on that. So once it became a major crime file, GIS then becomes like a support element of MCU? Yeah, essentially. So we wouldn't be making any decisions as far as shaping the investigation. We would be assisting mostly with interviews. But on this file, I know a large portion of this was collecting video. Collecting video was huge. And interviewing people was huge. There was just so much of that to do. So those were the types of tasks that we would have been tasked doing. We, GIS, Dave Melanson, Terry Brown, would have been tasked with a lot of stuff. Sounds like from MCU, which was making the decisions. All right. If you could, think of your talks about her statement in the what was your take on her demeanor and how does she present to you, given that you told us you were starting with a pre-workup, having no idea. Yeah, who she is. Victim, you know, accomplice, whatever. Right. So how did that shift or change in your mind? Yeah, so as I said earlier, you're right. Like, I didn't know. Like, was she involved somewhat in what took place? You know, no history, as you said, on this lady that I was made aware of. I don't know her, never met the lady. Understanding from again, hearing over the radio that she fled into the woods. That she hid out all night. That she showed up at this guy's door. There was talk of her being handcuffed at one point. I remember that because what I remember about that is when she showed up, there was no handcuffs. And I asked members, I believe I asked whether it was Dwayne Ivani or who it was. I can't remember exactly. Was she handcuffed? Oh. And they were like, no, she wasn't handcuffed. At least I don't think she was. Nobody told me she was. And I'd had that in my mind that she was handcuffed and fled into the woods while she was handcuffed and got away. But when she came into police custody, she wasn't handcuffed. So I had questions right away, immediately thinking, okay, what's that about? It just piqued my interest, I guess. Oh, it certainly does. But as far as when I physically had, eyes on her and had made contact with her in the ambulance, she appeared distraught. And, quote, distraught, end quote, I mean she was visibly upset, crying in pain. Like she did appear to me to be in substantial amount of pain. Like it was like her back, she said that he had driven a knee into her back. She said that he pulled on her by her hair. I want to say that she may have rolled her ankle, but I don't remember that for sure. And she like the statement she gave me, she appeared to be truthful to me. And as we got further into that statement, I kept revisiting the police car thing and just kept thinking, or kept kind of trying to funnel things down and kind of figure out exactly what took place. And I felt she was being truthful. If the person is missing all night, I don't think that they can be cleared by one officer in the back of a car. If she's in pain, she could have got into a role with Aaron or any of the other victims. That's a possibility. If she has no handcuffs and you're being told that she claimed that, perhaps just leave it on the claim part. Maybe that would be wise. There was nothing that led me to believe that she was lying. And it caught me off guard that she didn't know that anybody was killed that night. Would she admit that? And I thought, you know what? She hid in the woods all night, and that she was fearful. Would it be good to gauge that by her clothing? The temperature outside, the condition of her feet. Maybe. And I thought, you know what? She said she hid in the woods all night, that she was fearful. She said that she hid in the night, all night. Said. And I could appreciate that, considering what the scene was down there. And you know, there's fires and explosions, and she'd just been shot at twice in her garage, according to her, and then pulled by her hair and kneed in the back. Like, it seemed very reasonable to me that this lady would run into the woods and hide and for fear of her life. So I guess Lisa Banfield appeared to be truthful to me. She appeared to be very emotional and in pain. This is calling for a substantial amount of conclusion by one person. And you'd say that's consistent with other intimate partner-based victims you've spoken with. Yeah. So, I mean, in my 13 years as a police officer, I've dealt with a lot of domestic violence type cases. You know, she would be very consistent with these types of matters. You know, I can't remember if she touched on much of the domestic violence stuff when we talked. I think a lot of it was me trying to funnel it on what happened that night. And where Wortman was. But yes, she, like, even when you go back to when she says there was an argument over the FaceTime call or whatever it was, she leaves and she's like, oh, it wasn't his fault. And that's very domestic type attitude where, the person leaves and then they end up coming back. And that's kind of what happened here. And then this time, unfortunately, he, when he went farther than he ever had before. So I think she was consistent with somebody who had been the victim of a domestic violence in the past. She's also consistent with somebody who has not proven her innocence. And frankly, if guilty of anything, do you think she's going to tell you? Does the evidence speak to it? No handcuffs, no coat, no hypothermia, to the best of our knowledge. Feet clean. I'd say the evidence doesn't conclusively say she's innocent. Okay, and when you presented all that information to the command structure at the Great Village, how did that shape or change the atmosphere there? Well, I don't know that. I think a lot of people may have been, and I don't want to speak for other people, but I feel like people may have had a hard time imagining that somebody was driving an identical RCMP car. So I think up until that point, maybe people were working off the idea of maybe they did believe there was a mock police car. Well, they were still trying to figure that out the next day, the next morning, after. Wasn't it Melanson that said? I think it was Melanson. This is how it is. I don't want to interfere. You tell them yourself. But I think the fact that we saw burnt Ford Tauruses on his property was kind of reaffirming to the command team. And that is nothing they've said to me. This is my opinion. Just my opinion. That maybe he was still there. That maybe he had killed himself. That the cars that they were looking for are there in the yard and they're burnt. But they had established that. But when I was able to pass that on, he poured gas on every other vehicle except that one. And he loaded all the guns into this vehicle. I think that the description that she gave of the police car followed very quickly. Oh. By the time I got inside, very quickly, by the fact that they had a physical photo of the car and that it was identical to an RCMP car, I think that's when everybody probably took a major step back and said, this probably isn't one of the cars that is burnt. It probably gone from that area. It's probably gone from that area. At least that was my take. But I really can't say. I mean, all I can say about what I've been told is that they definitely were interested in the information and that they appeared to take it seriously. But I can't say what was done with it. I can't say how they reacted to it. I guess at that point, I would have went back outside, and the command team, they would have done whatever with that information. Do you recall where you went after Ms. Banfield was taken to the hospital by EHS? Yeah, so I stayed at the fire hall. It wasn't long after that I interviewed Leon Jowdry. So I was there. I didn't leave there at that point. I just have no idea of what the timelines are between the Banfield and Jowdry interviews. Well, those would all be recorded. So, but I was there. I just know Leon drove there, and I interviewed him at the fire hall. And I hadn't left after the Banfield interview. What about Mr. Jowdry getting a sense of his interview and how he presented in regards to things? So I actually know Leon. I play hockey with Leon. And I don't know him super well, but I played hockey and I knew him a little bit from there. From that. Oh, so I suppose Terry knows the Maritime Mounties hockey team that is sponsored by who again? He would know that person as well. He told us about Wortman, about some disputes that he'd had with Wortman at that point. I almost got the impression from Leon that Wortman was maybe a bit of a bully. And I know that Leon wouldn't be the type that would be bullied. So there was definitely a clash there, or a friction between them. Leon worked for Natural Resources, so Wortman had actually asked him to do some work on his property with trees, or some trees or landscaping type work. And I think that there actually had not went well, if I remember correctly from Leon, him saying that there was a dispute over, I don't know whether it was the way Leon was doing the work or what it was, but there was somewhat of a dispute. And yeah, I don't remember much more about that. I mean, Leon, he was fine to deal with that day. He drove there in his truck, I believe. We talked. Then he evacuated to, I don't know where he evacuated to, but he left. So yeah, nothing stands out about the statement other than some of those details. Do you have any involvement with Mr. McDonald, the survivor, and his wife? I did not. No. No? That's not a question. No. But I believe somebody sponsors the hockey team. The only thing I can say about all of that is I'd call the major crime guys and just updated them that there was a survivor. And from that point, they appeared not to be aware of that and that he was in the hospital. I guess by way of you saying you didn't have any involvement with him, you obviously didn't get detailed to go speak to him, or no, I did not. Do you know if anyone else did? I was under the impression when I was talking to Major Crime that they were sending someone out to talk to him. In my head, I was to say that it was Jeff McFarlane that went, but I'm not 100% sure. I thought they were sending somebody to go and his name jumps into my head. Is that earlier in the evening? Because I guess major crime was involved then. In amongst all of your discussions at the fire hall, I guess there's times where you said you don't believe you brought a portable radio with you. I definitely did not know. Right. And so you wouldn't have been privy to a lot of the transmissions while you were taking statements. Not unless I am standing there next to some. Well, yeah. So during the statement, I would never have my portable on anyway. As I said, it was chaos. There was, I haven't really gotten into it with you, but I've involved in multiple high-risk calls. And the kind of golden rule is the first thing that goes on a high priority call is your comms. So you're just so much information coming in, and that's fine. That's a great thing that there is. But in amongst all that, there are so many people trying to talk, things to get missed, and then going back, trying to do an interview. There's no way you could have a radio blasting in your ears and accurately be able to learn and relay things that you get from an interview. Oh, that's absolutely true. For me, anyway. So now in command, when they're sitting things up, granted, you're in and out. Were you aware of setting up like the comfort station or anywhere else that was being used? I had no idea where they were evacuating people. I thought that was overflow from Great Village. I had no idea there was a comfort station. None of that. At no point did I know until, I want to say, it was even the next day, or I didn't even learn that on the 19th. I had no idea that there was a comfort station, to be specific, at the Onslow Fire Hall. Right. It may have been days after before I learned that. Okay, I want to touch on that aspect a little bit. Give me half a second here to check. I'm going to flash back a little. But you said when you were back at the Bible Hill afterwards, and you were notified that CERT was going to become involved. I take it from that you've never been involved with a CERT investigation? No, never. And I'm going to start going down the road here. Okay. So, like your feeling of it and post-event support and everything else like that. Yeah, because it's an important piece for people to understand. So when you were notified for CERT, you didn't know where to turn, or even get a hold of your association or union. That's right. And that's probably not lack of NPF putting their numbers and all kinds of stuff. But like I said before, it just seemed kind of like, it's kind of like, having life insurance. You just don't think you're ever going to need that. You're going to need that. You know until you do, right? And that's very much what it is, what it was with the NPF. They were a union that were negotiating for us for a new contract. And that's kind of what I looked at the NPF as. I've never been in trouble. Why would I ever need to worry about that? So I didn't pay much attention to it. And that's why when this happened, I had no clue what they would do for me or anything along those lines. And yeah, so I want to say maybe Andy O'Brien got us a phone number for somebody, and I called, and then we got in touch with them. So in all of your courses, like here, like your annual requalification and courses and stuff, it's never discussed or taught about CERT's mandate, what your rights are, what your responsibilities are. No, never. During any types of firearms requalification, has that ever been brought up? When you say that, it sounds like a great idea. But no, never in 13 years have I ever heard anything, have I heard anything like that. All right. So within that, having never been involved in that, knowing exactly what you're supposed to do, and given this very, chaotic and, monumental event, the directions you were given by your sergeant would have been, Paul Thompson, indiscernible get NASHA. Okay, that's NPF. Indiscernible. Okay, we're going to take a break here. Okay, so Nash is going to come in and they got to take a break. Interesting. Going to grab coffee before we conclude this statement. 19 pages. 10 pages left to go. We're getting close. Getting close. Grab yourselves a coffee. Okay. I'm guessing that's what's the case is. I don't know. It's interesting that major crime is kind of in the background. Knowing things. Information seems to be coming from them. Piddling down. White shirts. In the office afterward. All right. And we are resuming. Sorry we had that little interruption. I don't know. Nash, I need to do some consulting. And if we can just go through it again, like not having been apprised of what your, rights and responsibility obligations with CERT are investigations. So Nash has definitely been visiting. How long was it, the break? Half an hour. Oh. I don't know what's going on here with the time, but something interesting. So yeah, I've never been the subject officer of an investigation. Never. I've never had involvement with CERT up until this point, and so it was eye-opening experience. I had no idea what to do. And when I say we, Dave and I sat in our office. We just literally looked at each other like, what do we do? Like, who do we talk to? And like, no idea. It wasn't until somebody said, did you call your union? Like, I mean, and it sounded really ridiculous that we wouldn't know what to, wouldn't know to do that. But just, as I said earlier, the union was kind of like we were fighting for a new contract with the RCMP, the first one ever in history. And that's kind of what the union was to me. I didn't think it was legal representation. It never entered my mind before. So it's something just was totally foreign to me. And that, along with never having been the subject of or witness officer for CERT, not knowing exactly what the process and rules, right. I don't know if that was asked, but okay, I guess presumed. He wasn't a witness officer for something. Around that, right, I'll be honest. Ron Legere showed up at the office from CERT, and I'm extremely fortunate. And maybe they're all this way, but I could tell you, Ron Legere, he was extremely respectful. He probably could have walked all over us if he wanted to, because we just didn't know. But he was excellent, and he treated us more than fair, and he was extremely supportive. Not understanding why he had the option to speak to him or not. That's rather odd. I'm just not going to talk to you. You can talk to me if you want to. I understand he's got a job to do, and he was going to be the guy that's investigating us. But when he left there, I had no ill feelings or felt like, they were going to do me wrong or anything like that. I just felt very comfortable in the way that I was treated by CERT. They were fantastic. Yeah, okay. And at the time of the Onslow Fire Hall, you said you got out and walked around the building. Yes, I'm sure you're still trying to piece all of this together. So a piece I kind of left out, when you're in training, they try to replicate training as close to the real world experience, throwing in kinds of stressors. Aha. This is something I was visiting with somebody about, which they wanted me to talk about right away. But anyway, the stressors. Let's see if he talks about it. Oh, yes, here we go. The auditory exclusion, tunnel vision. That would be the live rounds. And one of the things they talk about is your auditory exclusion, your tunnel vision, your breathing, all those things. They're trained. Something that stands out to this day is I know now how many rounds I fired. I fired 4 rounds. I believe they said my partner fired 1. I did not hear the gun go off once. I did not know my partner fired his gun. And I know how loud a carbine is. I've qualified one every year. I've fired thousands of rounds on that carbine. And yeah, the fact I didn't hear the gun go off, I knew it went off. I pulled the trigger, and I intentionally pulled the trigger. I felt maybe the little kick from the carbine, but that's it. And that stands out to me. And I said, I didn't hear that. As I said, I didn't hear that. That speaks to the training, of your body just goes into survival mode, almost like fight or flight. And I chose to fight. And so this person that we were firing at They run towards the building, this building, and as I said, I'm going to guess, because of the tunnel vision, that it made it look like the building, maybe there was a door, maybe it went around the side. I don't think you could see anyway. I know now that it would have he would have had to run around, but in my head, it was like right at the edge of the building where there was either a door or he could have run around the building. It's on an alcove. So a lot of things were going through my head very quickly. The whole incident was a few minutes long, and we were back on the road again. Yes, much more than a few seconds, like was portrayed. What happened in that time, God only knows. And yes, so much happened in that short period of time, and decisions were very, very quick. Yeah, like I said, as far as this incident, it has been referred to, and a lot of times it's referred to as blue on blue. Well, I don't know what else you call it. I don't see it that way at all, and some people will be surprised by that, but it was never blue on blue. I was never shooting at the police car. If I was shooting at the police car, I would have likely hit the police car. I was not shooting at the police officer. I was shooting at the guy with an identical match for the description of the guy I got from Lisa Banfield in the back of the ambulance. Identical match. How tall? Again? Did she say how tall he was? And also from information gleaned from Rodney Peterson over the radio. And like I said, that there was no doubt in my mind. This was the guy that I was looking for. Like on the bridge or down at the big stop. I don't like to judge. I'm not trying to judge, but it's just a question. So that, like I said, that's bothered me about being called blue on blue, because it just never was. There was no police officer that I could see, and the only person I saw was the guy in the vest, orange vest. Well, okay, again, I don't want to be presumptuous on what he's thinking, but frankly, I would. Yeah, and it's not to make him feel guilty, but honestly, I don't know where I would be. I don't care if it's blue on blue at this point. I would be beside myself. I did not. Mistakes can be made, though. My partner did. Dave Melanson and the other police officer that was in the car, Dave Gannon, they went inside, they talked to, and again, I didn't even know how many or who was in there. Dave said that they checked on the people inside and everybody was okay. So that was Dave Melanson, because yeah, him and Gannon went inside. While they were inside, that's when I was circling around the building to make sure nobody was outside injured, shot, or suspect, whatever the case be. So they went inside, I stayed outside, and then we kind of convened for a second, and then we were gone. Be an interesting thing to know what they said. Okay. And then you notified your supervisor, your detachment commander? Yes. And you were advised So yeah, I called Al Carroll directly on his cell phone, records, and I told him about what just took place at the fire hall, told him that we discharged our firearm. Again, for me to say exactly what I told Al, I don't remember. Al might. I know I told him the truth about what happened. I wasn't nothing to hide. I wasn't trying to hide anything. So I told him exactly what happened. And his direction was, take a breath, collect yourself. We're going to deal with this at the end of the day when the event is done. When this event is done. And that's what we did. So we continued on. We did collect ourselves, we continued on, and we dealt with it at the end of the day. Any follow-ups? No? Speaking to somebody else. Somebody else. Don't know because there's no video, of course, that they'll give you. Any follow-ups? No? Okay. So after that point, and you're going back at the fire hall and spoke to Al Carroll, and I believe it was Steve Halliday and Al Carroll. Okay, so there's another set of record there. And then that's why you get notified by CERT, okay? So after you're notified to come to a CERT investigation, what happens then to you? I thought they came to him. So yeah, I met with CERT. Great meeting, no pressure. That goes well. And Jeff sent a rep there. And they were there for an hour or so. I went down to the crime office for a briefing down there before going home that night. It was like a fairly large group that was going to be part of the investigation team. We went down there because that was the plan, was we were going to be assisting on the investigation, and then after that, I went home. I thought you were kind of persuaded to go home. Came back to the office the next day, met at the MCU office in the morning, received a number of tasks. With an ongoing CERT investigation, myself and Dave Melanson were tasked with going to the Wentworth area on Hunter Road. There was a residence that was burned there. There was 3 deceased at that residence. And our tasking there originally was to be with the medical examiner and the ident members to seize any exhibits that came out of. Essentially sifting through the ashes and cleaning up the scene. Or processing the scene, I guess, is a better word. Kid's closed. He's got a lot of stuff, man. Very interested in Mr. Melanson's stuff. Does that happen to be there? Let's just see. Oh, no statement from Melanson. Okay, continuing on. That would be an interesting one. And so we did that. But I feel like we were tasked in a few different directions that day. Like that was our primary task. There wasn't a lot for us to do. There was because I don't think they were pulling exhibit after exhibit out. It was few and far between. So they told us, listen, we'll seize the exhibits. This is the ident crew. We'll seize the exhibits and put them aside. Come back and you can seize them all from us at one time. So in the meantime, Dave and I started to doing interviews on Hunter Road. We interviewed about 20 people over the next couple of days between doing the exhibits and then interviewing a number of people on Hunter Road. That was Monday and Tuesday. And at the end of Tuesday, Al Carroll called me and said, Terry, you're off the road. You'll be in the office tomorrow. Should that not have happened right away? Presumption of innocence, but just for the time being. I said, oh, okay. I didn't know why. It wasn't really clear as to why at that point, but I said, you know what? That's fine. At that point, I literally had, I think there's something like 13 interviews that I had done, and I had to sit in the office and type out and get can say done on them. So I was like, that's fine. I should probably be in the office for a day to get this stuff done or get this stuff out. So that was Wednesday. I stayed in the office, typed that out, and I remember at the end of the day, after I was done my typing, I walked down to MCU office, talked to Jerry and Angela and Jerry Rose, Berthium, and Angela, the two corporals, and said, hey, I'm good to go tomorrow. Do you guys need me? And they said, absolutely. Yeah, we'll take you. So that was great. I walked up, called Al Carroll and said, just letting you know that I'm back in the MCU tomorrow. And that's when he told me that I was on admin duties and that I was going to be off the road. I think he may have spoken to somebody too in the families. I was extremely upset. That really, and I know Al didn't want me off the road per se. He was supportive and sympathetic, I guess, but the direction was that I was going on admin duties. So I, again, had never been in that situation before, and I said, what I got to do to get back on the road? And I don't know if it was Al that told me or somebody else. Maybe it was the health services nurse. I think maybe it was the health services nurse, and she gave me a list of psychologists to get in touch with. And there was the way I left, way I was left to believe is I had to talk to a psychologist and then I'd be good to go back to work. I said, okay, good enough. Give me a list. So they gave me a list. I picked a name. I called and I said, hey, Terry Brown, I was involved in this. You got your name. I want to set up an appointment for as soon as I can. She got me, and so we did. This is, I can't remember the peak of COVID and very beginning of COVID, when things were very much in the air. So we do a phone meeting and I tell her about everything. And basically that we just talked about today, and I tell her about the day. And I probably said to her, I really just want to go back to work. And I probably told her that about 15 times during this phone interview or phone appointment. And I remember at the end of it, she said, okay, great. Thanks for talking to me. Is there any questions? I said, yeah. I said, is there what you got to do? Like, do I need to give you a form that you sign to get me back to work? And she informed me that we would have 6 appointments before she could make any type of recommendation, I guess. And that crushed me. It really did. I knew that at the best, I was going to have 1 appointment a week. I knew that it was going to be at least a month and a half, 2 months off the road, and that really, really bothered me. I've only ever been off work once in my career, blank. I'm assuming that's medical or something. And even then, I would take a laptop home at night and I would review files and, like, for the corporal, kind of do work from home. I wanted to be involved. So this was a huge blow. So I told Al I wasn't staying home. I was going to be in the office. I was going to come to work every day, and I did. And in the beginning, it was pretty, like, I didn't feel like I was being used to any potential, I guess. I felt like these were menial tasks, right? And I don't think I fault anybody for that, really. Like, at that point, they're trying to figure out probably my well-being. That sounds smart. Sure, there's a lot of things going through this person's head. First of all, there's an investigation pending. So, and number two, his mental well-being is very important, as is people were shot at. And also trying to figure out what I'm comfortable doing, I guess, while I'm on these light duties. But eventually they gave us some meaningful work, but it was still hard. I pretty much struggled with the fact, any day there could be another porta pick and everybody was going to be running out the door and I was going to be stuck in the office. So that was really hard. That was hard. So I remember Steve Halliday saying one day, and I've got a lot of respect for him. He told Dave and I, like, guys, no one here is pushing for a a code of conduct. Just so you guys are aware, we're not pushing that direction. And then one day, they showed up. And people went over Steve's head and said, no, there's going to be a code of conduct investigation as well. And I remember how that felt. It felt like I was being slapped in the face by the RCMP. I guess the way I've said this before, I was never looking for any pat on the back for what happened on the 19th or anything. But, I know the situations I put myself in that day and the risks that were taken. Blank. And yeah, it was almost heartbreaking now that I was now blank in the office with Steve Halliday and Al Carroll and being served documents for code of conduct investigation. I had received some advice from a buddy of mine that was training session, and he said, just Terry, be aware that if there's any certain investigation, a lot of times code of conduct will go along with it. And I said, okay, good enough. So I was told the whole way along that the code of conduct will just just be put on hold until CERT is done. And when CERT's done, then the code of conduct will pick up from there. So fast forward down the road, CERT concludes their investigation. Everything's good. We're cleared. I talked to Alain LeBlanc from PRU, and he says, I know that name. He said, Jerry, or great Terry, you're basically, basically we're going to take the CERT investigation, copy and paste, and essentially put it into the code of conduct. So we're not going to run the whole investigation again. That makes sense to me. I also understood that CERT is, beyond, proof. beyond a reasonable doubt. And cert is the balance of probabilities. Oh boy. Oh, Felix and Ronnie McDonald. Oh. And I was okay with that. I knew that there was a chance that I could be found guilty, I guess, if you will, on a code of conduct and not on the cert. So yeah. So with that, this will be dealt with, fairly quickly after cert investigation, he said. I was like, great, fantastic. Then it kind of started drying out a little bit. It was they were starting to ask for like my notebook and stuff. And I was like, that's weird. Why is this? I thought this was going to be very quick and be done. So I guess Cert didn't ask for his notebook and stuff. How can you have what is he saying here? Beyond a reasonable doubt, proof. They didn't even take your notebook. They didn't even test things. What was it somebody was sending me about the signing out guns? Oh. But it didn't. And they were asking for different things. So I did. I provided my notebook. And I would, cigarettes here. And I would kind of reach out to PRU and nobody would get back to me. And then one day I called from a block number. I called Alan LeBlanc directly and said, hey, Terry Brown, I'm just looking for an update. What's going on? This is like, because we're talking probably now a couple of months past the cert investigation, and he was talking 3 weeks. He was talking 3 weeks. And as soon as I said who it was very quickly like, I can't talk to you right now. I gotta go. And literally hung up the phone. It's slightly different than the cookies. But anyway, okay. And I knew something was wrong. And I'll say that was on, earlier in the week, like a Tuesday or a Wednesday. On Friday afternoon, late afternoon, I got a notification that the RCMP is seeking a 4-month extension on the Code of Conduct investigation. And that was devastating to me. Again, I didn't understand why. We just had a thorough investigation by an outside agency. Anybody who knows, I've talked about the shit a lot. That investigated everything. And now it seemed like they were redoing my entire investigation. But they didn't even take your notebooks, man. And I feel at this point like I was I don't know, I was just being left alone and nobody wanted to come near me, I guess. And of course, I can't go to work. I'm still on admin duties. And thank God for the NPF. Kind of did a rebuttal letter about that extension. But as I kind of had said during the processes, it's the RCMP asking the RCMP for an extension on this, and the RCMP got their extension. Wow, I'm flabbergasted, to be honest with you. I mean, I could see this is bizarro world, though. The RCMP is actually doing an investigation. and shit is not, or a thorough one anyway. Anyway, maybe. And the RCMP got their extension. So this was kind of a slap in the face to me. A slap in the face. The way I was treated by Alain LeBlanc. It was kind of almost buddy-buddy there in the beginning. Like, yeah, this will be done in no time. And then distanced himself from me and literally hung up in my ear. And 2 days later, I get a 3 o'clock in the afternoon email asking for this extension. I wonder if he questions people and he's buddy-buddy with people, but he's not really buddy-buddy with people. I just felt, I felt abandoned. I felt isolated. I couldn't go to work. It was, you know, they talk about caring about your mental health and all that stuff. That wasn't good for my mental health to be treated that way. As far as from, I was always kind of, say, the gray shirt level and a white shirt level. At the gray shirt level, staff sergeants and below, I was being treated amazingly. Very good support, and it was refreshing, really. You know, it's great to know that I can go and talk to pretty much any of my coworkers and that there's no shame. There's no, you know, it's very supportive. But I can't say the same about the white shirt level. I've been I feel very abandoned by them. I just feel like they didn't care. And to be quite honest with you, I felt like they were, like I was their problem, this fire hall incident. I felt it was a major, just going to stop for a minute. Stop this for a minute. Okay. Oh, I felt like it was a major, you know, like, I wonder why he's saying that. They do continue on seemingly by the time. I felt like it was a major, you know, like honestly, I felt like the way I felt is the RCMP, as if the RCMP could have just gotten rid of me, it would have been easier. And that really hurt. It really hurt. Even when I eventually was cleared on the code of conduct. Okay, so he's cleared. Okay, so innocent. Which took the full 4 months. There were no emails or visits from or anybody coming to say, I'm glad to hear you're cleared and you're coming back to work or anything like that. There was nothing. I felt very abandoned. Well, that is kind of shit, especially if he is cleared. The only thing I got was Mike Inglis from Northeast Nova. He's an inspector at Northeast Nova. Anyway, he came and he delivered the paperwork to us. But my beef wasn't with Mike Inglis. He wasn't even in the divisional when all this took place. So I vented on him. I told him exactly how I felt. I think Mike was caught off guard because he was there kind of to give us the good news. And I kind of went off on him. And I let him know that I felt like I was treated terribly by the RCMP during that period of time. So that was my biggest kind of thing, trying to deal with through all this, is, you know, just dealing with, I dealt with an incredibly difficult day. And again, I wasn't looking for anything. I wasn't looking for any kind of pats on the back, but I didn't expect to be treated like I was treated. So yeah, that's been hard. Yeah. Blank. No, sorry. No, I think that's it. What the hell was that? I'm good. I don't have anything else on that. Paul Thompson, that's Chris Luslow. Paul Thompson, coming here today. I know it was very stressful for you to come here today. Is there anything else that we didn't discuss that you thought you might get encountered on with questions from Chris and I from your involvement on the 19th, the following days that you worked? Is there anything that you really thought you were going to get asked today, and you either want to talk about it or don't want to talk about it, that we didn't cover in the last 3 or 4 hours? I don't think if he doesn't want to talk to you about it, he's probably not going to. Not so much, no. But I think one thing I just want to talk about a little bit was, past experiences. I won't take forever to talk about them, but I was involved in the shootings in Moncton. Oh, he was. Yes. Al Carroll Amherst. The tattoo. We're a neighboring detachment. We're 35 minutes away. I was on the ground in Moncton that night. Dealt with some crazy shit that night. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that this isn't the first time I've been in a situation of high stress. Active shooter, these types of things. Yes, it was chaotic that day. But at no point did I feel I wasn't in control of what I was doing. That the situation was too big for me. I felt for the most part prepared as you could be for an unknown situation because of my prior experiences. Could that have, I'll just leave that question for you, could that have possibly impacted some of this? Did he not get the support then? I wasn't running around out there that day recklessly, The things we did were thought out as much as they could be thought out. The things we did were, with only the best of intentions. And I just wanted to stop the guy from killing people that day. It was as simple as that. I don't doubt that he didn't want to stop him. So I thought about it was more important, that kind of, just to give it some context, like 13 years, and I dealt with a lot of stuff. And 13 years isn't 30, for example. But in 13 years, I know I've dealt with more than a lot of people deal with in a career. People are so loud. And I just don't want people to think that day we just ran out the door as cowboys and we were chasing around shooting and asking questions later. I guess that wasn't the case. So I don't think there's anything else that I really need to talk about that I can think of right now. Yeah, that's fine. Part of the commission's mandate at the end of this is to make recommendations to move forward, If there's anything that's serious or similar to prevent anything like this from happening again, that includes recommendations within the policing, outside the policing. Take a holistic at the whole events, look at the whole events of the mass casualty and make recommendations. Is there anything that you can think of, whether it be equipment, communications, at the top of your mind, that recommendations that you could move forward with with all the best of intentions on? Like you said, you've been in Moncton, you've been in this. Those are pretty serious situations. And unfortunately, tragic situation. Anything else, the situations that could have made your job a little bit easier. Something that jumps right off the page to me is why our portable radios aren't GPS, so that the risk manager at telecoms can see exactly where everyone's at. He can put certain people, put people at certain choke points and things like that. Like those things are the things that I can tell you right now. If we had those things back in April 2020, I think would have changed a lot of things. So that's a huge one that jumps out to me. I think we're fairly well trained. I really do. I don't blame my training for anything that happened that day. I feel like we've got good equipment overall, you know? I don't know. I don't even know where the other divisions are, but like we've all had our own hard body armor. We have carbines. Again, I'm not too sure, but if those were signed out, but I think overall, like the equipment side of things, that were pretty good. Now, could we get into, like I said, the portable radios with the GPS, the night vision goggles, things like that? Yeah, they're all nice to have. So I just don't know. I don't know if that's a doable thing. I think there's the portable radio is. I guess he said he's worried that there was short one radio, but they were both tuned to the same channel, it sounds like. I think that's something that every member carries every day, for the most part, on uniform policing anyway. Though I believe I saw Melanson talking on the other channel. Anyway, I could be wrong. So those types of things, I can't see why it isn't something that we don't have. I guess the answer is always money at the end of the day, but that's really about it that I can think of off the top of my head. Well, that's good. That's an important piece of advice here, that's for sure. Always money. I don't have any more that I can think of. I'm just going to look around the room here. Is there anything that we didn't discuss? Or, well, first, always to thank your support here today. No problem, says Amy Brown. That's his wife. Good stand by her man. Paul Thompson, and thanks for being very candid and coming in. I can't agree with Nasha more that we made a phone call. Like, I don't know, where was that said? Like it was, we wanted to flush it out again, to flush out the information for the greater good of the commissions. For the commission, we'll just leave it there. It's not an inquiry. And so we don't have to bring you back in the future. And hopefully we did the best we can of what Chris and I know about trying not to get into, trying not to further the trauma, because I completely understand your situation. You had a hell of a day. Again, I know my good friend here went through a very serious situation. So you had a hell of a day, and thank you for telling your story. I think that's important. No, I think it's important too. I understand the process. I really do. And I understand why people want to know these things. And it's important to have it out there. So I'm happy to help. But it's hard to do. It's a hard thing to do, but I'm happy to do it in that sense. Okay. If there's anything that you can think of that you want to put through, that you want to relay to the commission, obviously go through the proper channels so that this can be done through protocol. Sure. That's it for everybody. I'll shut off the tape. It's 3:28. Weird happening with the time again. Upon adjourning, 3:28. And there you be. I don't know. Just read what he says. You guys can make your own calls on that. I have no doubt what any of those officers had to deal with. I don't know. I I would think it would be extremely horrific, but the training is part of the process that it is just to settle you down, right? I mean, you could see Dion there, and he was like, okay, I just need to take a breath. I got to stop, get my stuff together, make sure I'm ready, you know? And that's a very different attitude. That's the training. And what kind of support did he receive before from Moncton? And did that make any impact on the events? And I won't say anything as to the individuals who, because that's up to them. And maybe they've had discussions with Terry Brown. So maybe they're all good with it. And if that's the case, you know, who am I to say? But somehow I think there's a disconnect. And obviously, even with the information that he shared, I think there's a lot in there to unpack about the insights that he provides about Lisa's situation and all the events that he happened to be in very close proximity to. I would like to read Dave Melanson's statement. I would like to hear and read notes of everybody involved. I think we heard Daryl speak as to the disconnect he felt. He was found innocent of anything in his code of conduct hearing, and he being Terry Brown, and sounds like Dave Melanson. Don't know because it doesn't specify that, but it appears as though they're found innocent, both, with the CERT investigation and the code of conduct. So, I mean, anyway, CERT rushed to a conclusion. It's interesting that they didn't collect all of the data. Interview with Terry Brown afterwards, because he said he did do an interview with the RCMP. That would be very important to hear, too. I'm not going to get into throwing around labels because that's just not. I try and stay away from that stuff. I see a couple comments in there, and you know, it's not my. I'm not saying everybody does whatever they do, but I think it's important just to look at the preponderance of evidence and things. Sandwich. I think I had a sandwich last night. It was Easter. Use the term Heidi scene. There's a lot there. There's a lot there to think about. I could follow up with this article. I probably should finish it off with this. Let's see here. Tunnel vision and chronic stress. How to manage your physiological responses. If officers know how their bodies respond to stress, they can actively engage in strategies to combat their negative effects. By Dr. Jared Sodulski. Faculty member, Criminal Justice, American Military University. Police officers must constantly maintain a high state of alertness and be prepared to respond on any number of situations. I believe that's all part of the training. When officers are called into action, their bodies undergo variety of physiological responses, which are necessary to help them react. While many physiological responses are beneficial in the short term, they can quickly become problematic, causing loss of fine motor skills and other physical limitations. For example, when an officer's flight or fight response is triggered, they may experience an immediate improvement in sight and hearing. However, this quickly can turn into tunnel vision and auditory exclusion. The terms. I think I read those in the statement. Prolonged exposure to high stress situations and the physiological responses that can go along with it can have long-term implications for officers. This includes health problems such as cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, and mental health problems. Therefore, it is critical that officers understand physiological responses they experience and find ways to manage the impact on their body. What happens to a body under stress? When the body is exposed to danger, a part of the brain called the amygdala delivers a distress signal to another part of the brainstem called the hypothalamus. This alerts the adrenal glands to release adrenaline into the bloodstream, which results in physiological changes such as increased breathing, increased heart rate, and narrowed focus on the threat. These biochemical interactions occur when officers respond to an emergency and faced with physical confrontation. They even occur at high levels of alertness when that officers maintain to remain safe. The amygdala and hypothalamus make the changes very quickly, sometimes before the brain's visual centers are able to process what is occurring. This may explain why officers react instantly when faced with significant dangers, such as deadly force encounters or avoidance with vehicle crashes. However, these chronic stress responses take their toll on the officer's body over a course of a police career. Continued exposure to these processes that occur in the brain can result in damaged arteries in the body, increased blood pressure, and an elevated risk of heart attacks and strokes. Stress can also causes the release of the hormone cortisol. Cortisol helps to increase the body's energy, but in the long term can interfere with thought processes and interrupt thyroid function in a person's body. The thyroid gland plays a major role in metabolism. So if affected, this can lead to the accumulation of abdominal fat and reduced overall metabolism. This might help provide insight into elevated risk of cardiovascular disease in police and controlling your body's response to stress. This is good news, is that the officers can take steps to mitigate the body's response to stressful encounters. Recently, I conducted a 2-year qualitative study on police stress and how it can be effectively managed. The stress involved data from the police officers who have successfully managed stress throughout their careers through the lived experiences of the officers, and my research below are the strategies that can promote resilience for physiological stress responses. Engage in pattern breathing. Take a breath. When the physiological reactions to stressful events occur, pattern breathing is essential. Pattern breathing involves taking deep breaths through the nose, which deliver oxygen to the lungs and diaphragm. I think this is why you're hearing people say, take a breath, right? This counters throughout this Update. Just take a breath. This counters the body's stress response. Taking shallow breaths, pattern breathing is intentional and can help the officer focus on the immediate threat or think through a stressful encounter. Avoid tunnel vision and auditory exclusion. Tunnel vision and auditory exclusion are common responses to a threat, which he said he had. These are responses that can impact officer safety by lowering situational awareness. To avoid tunnel vision and auditory exclusion, officers must first recognize when they are happening and take conscious actions to overcome them. Signs of tunnel vision can include reduced use of peripheral vision and intense focus directly on one target. Orange. When tunnel vision occurs, officers don't see other objects in the vicinity, thus reducing their overall situational awareness. Auditory exclusion is a stress response associated with tunnel vision and involves temporary not hearing nearby noises or voices. Didn't hear Melanson's gun. I don't know. Did you know about the push bar? To avoid having these physiological responses occur, officers can take measures prior to arriving on the scene. For example, officers can engage in pattern breathing that helps reduce an officer's heart rate. Though it may sound silly, to people, right? You heard Dion Sutton say, like, I pulled over, I got my gear together. You heard it said right there too. Where was that? Right here. Everybody take a deep breath. Corporal Mills. What is he exercising there? What is he exercising? Slow down. Slow down. They need to consciously take time to evaluate all the information currently available about the call and think through the potential actions that they may need to take when they arrive at the scene. Also, it is important that partners monitor one another for signs of tunnel vision and auditory exclusion. This can be done by continual communication with the creation of an action plan on how officers respond prior to engaging with a threat. And this is all part of their training, by the way. They learn this stuff. Learn from experiences. Mental preparedness for encountering stressful events is important in policing. It is commonly stated that no two calls are the same. This is particularly true. Moncton isn't going to be the same as Portapique. As the officer accumulates exposure to stressful situations in the field, officers find it helpful to develop patterned responses to handling stressful situations. Often responses to emergencies result in standard actions taken by police officers. Patterned responses can help officers reduce stress by applying what was learned or an experience in past calls. If officers can view traumatic, stressful events as monotonous and develop a patterned response on how psychological aspects should be approached, officers can decrease their stress and stress reactions. Upon past experiences, while responding to similar incidents, can help officers understand the stress they're about to experience so they're prepared for it. Developing a, quote, routine to handle traumatic events is completely different than viewing calls as routine, which is as dangerous because it can become a result in complacency. Maintain off-duty activities to mitigate the long-term consequences of chronic exposure to police stress. Off-duty activities are very important. Mental preparedness for job-related stress in policing is impacted by rest, relaxation, clarity gained through while off duty. To prepare for physiological stress that occurs on duty, officers can benefit from engaging in off-duty activities completely removed from their badge. These activities may include attending church activities, exercise, spending time with friends who are not police officers, and engaging in family activities. I think that's a good idea. Spending time with people who are not police officers. Get out of the culture, a little bit. It's good to see the world. Conclusion: understanding the effect of physiological stress on an officer's body is important in policing. If officers know how their body responds to stress, they can actively engage in strategies to combat their negative effects. Pattern breathing, developing strategies to overcome tunnel visions and auditory exclusion, which of course we heard the terms, very much used there. I'm sure that somebody's discussed this with him. And mentally preparing for the job while off duty are important to help officers respond and recover from stressful events. Or perhaps maybe he experienced this with Munt. Don't know, just saying. He is Dr. Jared Sadlowski is an adjunct professor with the American Military University. He has spent more than 2 years studying police stress and influence the lives of police officers. Sadlowski has concluded a review with approximately 300 peer-reviewed scholarly articles that focus on topics associated with police stress and officer wellness, and he has interviewed veteran officers who serve law enforcement both domestically and internationally based on what has been learned from his research in the study of process. Sadlowski is authoring a book on effectively managing police stress through a successful police career, which covers in further details the physiological effects of police stress can be managed. Sadlowski has 20 years policing experience, both federal and local law enforcement. Okay, so he's not just some book nerd. He's also a cop. Was. Right? So probably knows what he's talking about. May have even consulted with the RCMP at one point. Would be interesting. Sure, maybe. Somebody of his ilk has. Brotherhood statement. Corporal Mills, stressful, take a deep breath, understandable. What was needed? More leadership, April 18 and 19. Anyway, there you be. There's a lot of stuff. Let me know in your comments below. Again, Mr. Brown for sure sounds like he was found innocent, both in his code of conduct hearing, which I was unaware of up until reading this, so I didn't know that process had gone through, that he even gone through that, and the shit found him not without guilt. So, and probably I'm by extension, I'm a bit of a reach, but Melanson had also. But doesn't sound like CERT did a very thorough investigation. Shit must give the answer in this, knowing the details. This must never happen again. No problem on reading and gives me practice. I like to read to my girlfriend, so sounds kind of lame, but I do. Trudeau and the RCMP will be outed for Gabriel Wortman murder games. Don't get me wrong. I support all the families affected, but there are people who are involved, and I can't go there because I'd rather just stick with their words. You can speculate till the cows come home. This is the problem. You'll drive yourself absolutely batty, and people will feed you all kinds of information one way or another. Till we have, I'm just more of a guy. Let's have the proof. Proof is in the, or it could be, or, I hear that quite a bit, or just claims without substantiation. Okay. Do hope that you all thank you for joining me. It's now 8:30. We've been going for 8 hours, 17 minutes. Goodness me, oh my. Please do take good care of one another. Please say special prayers or whatever it is that you do. Send good energy to the families, because this is a really tough time here. And I mean, it's Easter time, right? Family's important, really important. So kind of these times that hit home hard for them. So whatever you can spare to them, that would be great in terms of positive thinking. God bless you all. God bless the 23. Thank you for joining me.